Chapter 1677. At this time, Kagura and Milyana, who were talking about something, also noticed Noah and Alusha walking into the park and cast their gazes at them. Little Elu. Milyana waved at Alusha happily, then looked at Noah and winked mischievously. Little Noah, you're finally here. Don't call me Little Noah. Noah said helplessly. Unlike us, you haven't been stopped for 7 years. You're 7 years older, why are you still so naughty? It's because 7 years have passed. I'm older than you now. Isn't it good to call you Little Noah? Milyana giggled. And, I've always been like this. After all, I have the strongest vitality. Hearing this, Noah couldn't help but smile, but he didn't really feel that it was bad. Seeing that Noah wasn't very surprised, Alusha felt strange. Noah, did you already know that Milyana had joined the Mermaid Heel? I only found out yesterday. Noah explained. After I passed the preliminaries, I asked Grandpa to help me find information on the 8 teams participating in the Great Demonic Combat Arts competition. It was then that I found out that Milyana had joined the Mermaid Heel. Similarly, Noah also knew that the black-robed person in the Mermaid Heel was Milyana at that time. So, when Alusha asked Noah to come out and meet people with a happy face, Noah guessed that Alusha had discovered Milyana's true colors. What? Alusha said with some annoyance. Since you already know about Milyana, why did you ask me to help you investigate? I told you, I only found out after I went back and asked Grandpa to find the information. Noah smiled bitterly. Well, anyway, that's why you found out Milyana's true colors, right? That's right. Milyana hugged Alusha and rubbed Alusha's face while speaking cheerfully. To be honest, when little Elu came to the Mermaid Heel Hotel to find me, I was shocked. I planned to wait until the end of the Great Demon Battle Arts competition to reveal my true colors. Since you're here, you should have met me earlier. Alusha didn't refuse Milyana's intimacy, but she reprimanded her. I missed you guys. I missed you too, little Elu. Milyana smiled and hugged Alusha tightly. Hugh, Simon, and Wooly and the others missed you too. By the way, since you've joined the Mermaid Heel, what about Simon and the others? Noah asked. Did they also join a guild? No, I'm the only one who joined a guild. Simon and the others are still traveling. Milyana let go of Alusha and hugged Kagura. Besides, I only joined because little Kagura is in the Mermaid Heel. Hearing this, Noah and Alusha turned their gazes to Kagura. Under Noah and Alusha's gazes, Kagura gently pushed away Milyana and came to Noah. Kagura raised her head and looked at Noah with a serious expression. I've wanted to see you for a long time. I can see that. Noah met Kagura's gaze and said directly. Since it's already like this, please allow me to ask you a question, do we know each other? As early as the first time they met, Kagura had shown a certain degree of interest in Noah. Although it wasn't as serious as Yukino's, Noah knew that Kagura also had some connection with him. It wasn't until he learned that Milyana was in the Mermaid Heel that Noah felt that perhaps Kagura was paying attention to him solely because of Milyana. Unfortunately, Noah guessed incorrectly. We really don't know each other, Kagura said. But my older brother has mentioned you in front of me more than once, and he's praised you a lot. Older brother? That's your older brother, right? Noah said in surprise. Your older brother knows me. The one who answered this question wasn't Kagura, but Milyana. Hee, don't be scared, Milyana said with a mischievous smile. Kagura-chan is actually Simon's younger sister, his biological younger sister. Simon's younger sister? Noah looked at Kagura in surprise. You're Simon's younger sister. What? Alusha also stood up in surprise and looked at Kagura with surprise. You're Simon's younger sister. As early as when the Tower of Paradise incident was resolved, Simon mentioned to everyone that he had a younger sister who had been separated from him since he was a child. In order to find his younger sister's whereabouts, as well as to see the world, Simon took Milyana, Zio, and Wooly on a trip together. This Kagura in front of them was actually Simon's younger sister. Presumably, you already know that my older brother and I were separated from each other when we were young. All these years, I've been searching for my older brother's whereabouts, Kagura explained. It wasn't until a few years ago that I finally found my older brother, and learned about what happened to him all these years. I also learned about your existence from my older brother. Especially you, Mr. Noah. My older brother already told me that the reason why he was released from the Tower of Paradise was because you defeated Jalal and awakened him. Kagura gripped the katana in her hand tightly and bowed deeply to Noah. For this, I can only offer you the highest level of gratitude. This kindness, I will definitely remember it in my heart. If there's anything you need me for, please don't hesitate to tell me. As long as it's something I can do, I will do my best. Both Kagura's expression and tone were incredibly sincere when she said this. Obviously, these words all came from Kagura's heart. Under such circumstances, Noah and Alusha finally recovered from their shock, looked at each other, and then smiled faintly. At that moment, Noah spread his hands and said so. If that's the case, why don't you show me some mercy if we meet in the competition? I can't do that. Kagura raised her head and looked at Noah with an extremely solemn expression. Your Excellency's strength is very strong. If you show me mercy, I don't have the confidence to win against you. Is that so? Noah smiled faintly. To be praised as the strongest archmage in this year's Great Demon Combat Arts competition, except for that Rock Iron Kara, is really something to be proud of. It's a pity that even Rock Iron Kara was easily defeated by Your Excellency. Kagura's expression slightly relaxed, but she still said so. So, when facing Your Excellency, I will definitely not show you mercy. Please be prepared. Of course. Noah nodded. I will remember it in my heart. Okay, let's stop with the greetings of our first meeting. Miriana said in an extremely lively manner. Since everyone is already familiar with each other, let's go eat together. Noah, Alusha, and Kagura all nodded without any objections. Just like this, the reason why Kagura showed a certain degree of concern towards Noah finally understood. However, while one doubt was solved, more doubts still existed in Noah's heart. For example, why was Yuno so obsessed with Noah? What was the matter with the magic absorption phenomenon that occurred in the giant egg, Fra Bird? Could it be that there was some secret behind the great demonic martial arts exhibition ceremony? Was Raven Tail, who was staring at Lumen, Starlight, secretly planning something? One question after another remained unanswered. Almost instinctively, Noah had a faint premonition in his heart. The so-called Great Demon Combat Arts Competition Festival might not be as simple as it seemed on the surface. This time's trip to the King's City might bring about some unavoidable things. However, no matter what happened, as the Archmage of Fairy Tale, Noah would never compromise and would fight to the end. Chapter 1678. The next day, the residents of Clocaska woke up early as usual, full of anticipation as they waited for the start of the Great Demonic Combat Arts competition. The people who had tickets couldn't wait any longer and started to move towards the venue. One by one, they entered the giant egg Fra Bird. As for those without tickets, they gathered in places with projection magic crystals, such as bars, hotels, and restaurants. As they enjoyed their breakfast, they discussed what would happen in today's competition, never tiring of conversation. The group of sorcerers belonging to Fairy Tale did not waste any time. When the sun rose, they hastily finished their breakfast and began to move towards the direction of the huge egg, Fra Bird. Along the way, many people were pointing at the members of Fairy Tale and gossiping about them in private. If it had been before yesterday, these people would not have been as simple as pointing and discussing. However, after yesterday's exciting performance, no one dared to look down on Fairy Tale now. They could only cast curious and respectful gazes at Fairy Tale's group. Suddenly, Makeo and Wakaba, who had been looked down upon for 7 years, felt a sense of pride rise in their hearts. Even their backs straightened a lot. Thus, the group arrived at Egg Fra Bird together. Because the contestants and the audience entered from different passageways, Noah's group of 10 contestants separated from Fairy Tale's group and went to another passageway. In the end, they met an unexpected opponent. Oh. Aren't you guys from Fairy Tale? Sting, who had entered the contestant passageway with Logue, Lucius, Alyaga, and Shuanai, noticed Noah's group. He immediately stopped and looked around at everyone present. Finally, his gaze stopped on Naz, and the corners of his mouth slowly rose. This is really a fortuitous encounter. I can't believe we met here. Logue, who was walking with Sting, immediately looked at Gadgelu with a cold glint in his eyes. As for Shuanai, she naturally looked straight at Noah. As usual, she only had eyes for Noah. Under such circumstances, Lucius and Alyaga actually looked at the same person. Lucius was looking at Gray. Alyaga was looking at Laxus. The group of people looked at each other from a distance. The sight that met in mid-air seemed to be able to ignite sparks, and there was a slight smell of gunpowder in the air. The rest of the sorcerers from Fairy Tale, who were not targeted by Saber-Tooth's group, noticed something else that surprised them. That was, besides Sting and Logue were 2 cats. The 2 cats, like Hebe, Xia Lulu, and Lily, walked on 2 legs, just like humans. Next to Sting was a cat wearing a vest. Next to Logue was a cat wearing a frog costume. Looking at the 2 cats, Lucy exclaimed in surprise. Could it be that they are surpassers from the world of Edras like Hebe, Xia Lulu, and Lily? Her words attracted everyone's attention to the 2 cats. How rude. I forgot to introduce our companions. Sting curled his lips and smiled. Rector, come out and say hello to everyone from Fairy Tale. Hello, everyone, the surpasser named Rector said pretentiously as he adjusted his vest. Flossie, come out and say hello. Yes, sir, the surpasser named Flossie replied slowly and raised his hand. I'm Flossie. Rector is my companion. Flossie is Logue's companion. Sting grinned. I heard you have a companion like Flossie. Naz? Hebe is a cat. Naz pointed at Flossie, who was wearing a frog costume. Undoubtedly, this one is a dog. Is there something wrong with your eyes? Gray ridiculed mercilessly. Undoubtedly, that's a frog. Are you Nazi-kun? Rector sized Naz up and then said as if he had lost interest. I heard that you are a dragon-slaying archmage like Sting and Logue. I was looking forward to it, but it seems that you have let me down. Rector's words shocked everyone present. Noah was also surprised and looked at Sting and Logue. The same dragon-slaying archmage? Wendy exclaimed as she looked at Sting and Logue. Are you also dragon-slaying archmages? Immediately, Gadgelu and Raxus cast their gazes towards Justin and Logue. It wasn't until then that Noah faintly felt it. Sting and Logue did have the same type of magic as Naz, Gadgelu, Wendy, and Laxus. It was the magic of a dragon. Smell it carefully. The 2 of you do have the smell of a dragon. Gadgelu stared at Sting and Logue. So, you are also dragon-slaying archmages? That's right. The corners of Sting's mouth rose. However, we are also dragon-slaying archmages. As the 3rd generation, we are not on the same level as the 1st and 2nd generation. 1st generation? Elisha frowned. What do you mean? Hearing this, Rector took a step forward and began to explain. The 1st generation refers to the archmages who were personally taught the Dragon Slayer magic by the dragon. For example, the Dragon Slayer archmages of the Fire Dragon, the Dragon Slayer archmages of the Iron Dragon, and the Dragon Slayer archmages of the Sky Dragon are very typical of the 1st generation of Dragon Slayer archmages. Rector said slowly. The 2nd generation refers to the archmages who have magic crystals with dragon-slaying magic buried in their bodies. For example, the Thunder Dragon's dragon-slaying archmages are 2nd generation dragon-slaying archmages. As for the 3rd generation, it refers to dragon-slaying archmages like Sting and Logue. Rector puffed out his chest, as if he was talking about himself, and spoke very proudly. There are dragons who personally teach dragon-slaying magic and bury magic crystals of the same attribute in their bodies. This is the third-generation dragon-slaying archmages. By the way, I am the White Dragon's dragon-slaying archmage, and Logue is the Shadow Dragon's dragon-slaying archmage. Sting spread his hands and smiled proudly at Naz. Although I have no interest in being a dragon-slaying archmage of the old generation, don't look at me like this. In fact, I grew up listening to Brother Naz's legends when I was young. I have admired you since I was a child. At this point, the smile on Sting's face became somewhat sinister. He clenched a fist and stared at Naz. That's why I have to defeat you and prove that I have surpassed you. Same for me, Gadgelu. Logue raised his eyes and looked straight at Gadgelu. I grew up listening to your legends since I was a child. I will defeat you with my own hands and prove that I am stronger than you. Hearing this, Noah understood why Sting and Logue had been paying so much attention to Naz and Gadgelu. It turned out that there was such a reason. You. Gadgelu's gaze became somewhat dangerous. If you can do it, then give it a try. Naz grinned, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. That's exactly what I want. Thus, the gazes of the dragon-slaying archmages collided once again, stirring up sparks. At this time, Alyaga glanced at Laxus and smiled coldly. Although I am not a dragon-slaying archmage, I know how to use lightning-attributed magic. Thunder Dragon over there, are you interested in exchanging a few moves? Laxus didn't answer, only narrowing his eyes. Lucius pressed down on his hat and smiled elegantly. My magic isn't the same as yours. It's just a creation magic, said Yizichin. Sculpt magic? Gray immediately reacted and stared at Lucifer. And Shuanai is a star elemental archmage. Sting shrugged. It seems that we do have a lot of similarities. Chapter 1679. After hearing Sting's words, the group of fairy tale magic shooters fell silent. Come to think of it, Fairy Tale Sorcerer and Saber-Toothed Sorcerer did have a lot of similarities. At the very least, the group of magic shooters here had many similarities. Naz, Gadgelu, Wendy, Sting, and Rog were all Dragon Slayer magic shooters. Laxus and Alyaga were both thunder magic shooters of the Annihilation system. Gray and Lucius were both creation magic shooters. Lucy and Snow were both star magic shooters. In addition, Fairy Tail and Saber-Tooth were once the strongest guild in the kingdom, and the current strongest guild in the kingdom. There were so many coincidences that made it seem like it was fated to happen. However, at this moment, Noah suddenly spoke. Why does your Saber-Tooth want to be the strongest guild? The sudden question stunned the group of Saber-Tooth's magic shooters. When they reacted, Sting was the first to laugh out loud. I thought you wanted to ask something, but it's actually such a question. Do we need a reason to be the strongest? Hearing this, Noah laughed, laughing very disapprovingly. Then, Noah said, that's right. If that's the case, then we are indeed different from you. Sting and the others were stunned. Under such circumstances, Noah took a step forward and came in front of everyone. His gaze swept over Sting, Rog, Lucius, Alyaga, and Yukinai. After a while, he said word by word. The so-called guild is a place where companions, family, and friends gather. Only when everyone gathers together can it be called a guild. Therefore, we will fight for our companions and become the strongest. As for you, you're just fighting for your reputation at best. You're not on the same level as our beliefs. Noah said resolutely. So, we are different. No, it should be said that you can't compare to us. What did you say? Sting, Logue, Lucifer, and Alyaga were all enraged. Only Shuanai's heart shuddered slightly after hearing Noah's words. He lowered his head and bit his lips. On the other hand, the members of Fairy Tail all showed expressions of agreement. When they looked at the members of Saber-Tooth, their gazes no longer carried any emotions. In the eyes of the magic shooters from Saber-Tooth, it was as if he was looking down on them from above. Thus, fury rose in the hearts of Sting and the others. However, before they could make a move, Noah turned around as if he didn't want to be entangled with them anymore. "Let's go." After saying that, Noah ignored Sting and the others and walked toward the venue. The rest of his companions followed suit one by one, as if they did not want to talk to Sabretooth's group anymore. They all walked into the venue together. "Wait!" Sting shouted. "Are you trying to escape?" Everyone ignored Sting and continued to walk forward. That action caused the anger in Sting's heart to rise to the peak. Soon after, he was so angry that he laughed. "Very well, since that's the case, I will participate in the competition later. Let me completely crush your useless self-confidence." This sentence made Noah stop in his tracks. He turned his head and looked at Sting with an undeniable smile. "Likewise, likewise. Just wait and see if your useless self-confidence will be crushed." After saying that, Noah didn't say anything else. He led the members of Fairy Tail into the venue, leaving Sting and the others behind. The anger in their hearts couldn't be quelled for a long time. Behind Sting and the others, Snow looked straight at Noah's departing figure. She recalled Noah's words just now, and her eyes were full of uncertainty. "Become the strongest for the sake of your companions." After leaving the field of vision of Sting and the others, Naz immediately spoke. "Hey, Elisha," Naz said. "Let me participate in the competition later." Everyone's eyes immediately gathered on Naz. Seeing that Naz's face was full of fighting spirit, Elisha, Gray, Lucy, and Wendy looked at each other. Clearly, Naz's fighting spirit had been ignited by Sting. As a high mage of the dragon-slaying realm, Naz should also have the idea of competing with Justin, right? Thus, Elisha nodded. "Then I'll leave it to you, Naz." "Okay." Naz hammered his palm, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. "I'm burning up. In that case, I'll go on our side." Gadjaloo also said, unwilling to be outdone. "I've been annoyed by those guys for a long time." Mira, Julian, and Laxus's eyes suddenly gathered on Noah. If the leader of Team A was Elisha, then the leader of Team B was undoubtedly Noah. In this regard, Noah just pondered for a while before looking at Gadjaloo. "This time, I won't allow myself to lose to someone from Sabretooth." "Even so, do you still plan to fight? You won't allow yourself to lose?" Gadjaloo revealed a rather dangerous grin. "Just what I want." Looking at the dangerous smile on Gadjaloo's face and the strong will in his eyes, Noah stared at Gadjaloo for a while before finally nodding. "Then I'll leave it to you." Hello everyone, it's time for the Great Demon Battle show to begin again. I'm your live reporter, Chabati Laura. I'll be looking forward to today's show. On the rostrum of the Dome Fra Bird, Chapati picked up the microphone and greeted the audience who were cheering loudly. He then introduced Ajima, who was next to him. The person in charge of commentary is still our Mr. Ajma, and the distinguished guest we've invited today is a reporter from Magic Weekly, Mr. Jason. Magic Weekly. Cool. The reporter named Jason shook his arms very excitedly, as if he had been stimulated by something, or simply shocked by lightning, making people unable to ridicule him. Ignoring Jason like this, Chabati continued to report. After yesterday's Great Demon Battle show, the rankings of the top 8 guilds have changed to a certain extent. The current rankings are as follows. First place, Sabretooth, 20p. Second place, Fairy Tail A Team, 14p. Third place, Fairy Tail B Team, 13p. Fourth place, Blue Pegasus, 12p. Fifth place, Lamia Scale, 8p. Sixth place, Raven Tail, 6p. Seventh place, Mermaid Heel, 1p. Eighth place, Cotter Cerberus, 0p. The guild that took the first place is the guild that everyone is familiar with, Sabretooth. No wonder they are the strongest guild in the past. Chapati explained enthusiastically. However, behind them, our Fairy Tail is also closely following. There are actually 2 teams occupying the second and third place respectively. It's really unbelievable. The strongest guild in the past is really not just for show. After today's competition, what kind of changes will happen? Let's wait and see. Chabadi announced. Then, the second day of the Great Demon Battle show begins now. Chapter 1680. Accompanied by the loud sound of wheels, wooden chariots drove through the streets of Kalochas in a grandiose manner. The wooden war chariots were all connected together by iron chains, forming a long line. Amidst the loud sound of wheels, the chariots moved at a steady speed towards the direction of the giant egg frage. On the moving wooden chariots, a group of magic shooters were racing. That's right, it was a race. Through the projection magic crystal set up in Egg Fra Bird, the magic shooters and the audience from all over the continent could clearly see the entire process of the race. However, it was precisely because of this that all the audience fell into a very strange state of silence when they saw the situation on the projection magic crystal. In particular, the magic shooters from Fairy Tail and Saber Tooth had already entered an extremely speechless state. There was no other reason other than the fact that the outcome of the competition was beyond everyone's expectations. The competition on the second day of the Great Demonic Combat Arts Exhibition competition was about chariots. The rules of this competition were very simple. It was to let the contestants of the 8 teams race on the chariots. During the race, the contestants could not fall off the chariot. Once they touched the ground outside the chariot, they would be eliminated. During this period, there were no restrictions on the use of magic, nor were there any restrictions on the use of any means. As long as they did not fall off the chariot and successfully reached the finish line, it would be considered over. Finally, according to the order of arrival at the finish line, the teams of each guild would receive different points. It was such a simple competition. However, it was precisely because of this competition that the audience in the entire venue was speechless. The reason was because of the situation shown in the last projection magic crystal. Woo! In the last part of the wooden chariots that were moving towards the flattened egg, 3 sorcerers were lying on the chariots with ashen faces. They were like worms that were constantly wriggling forward. Those 3 people were Naz, Gadjaloo, and Sting. The contestants of the other teams had already far surpassed these 3 people, and opened up a distance that was absolutely impossible to surpass. Only Naz, Gadjaloo, and Sting were lying on the chariot like worms, crawling forward with great difficulty. Seeing this scene, the audience looked at each other in dismay. Looking at this scene, the sorcerers belonging to Saber Tooth lowered their heads in shame, as if they had no face to see anyone. Looking at this scene, the faces of everyone from Fairy Tail twitched. Looking at this scene, Noah almost covered his face. He really couldn't bear to continue watching. Under the strange atmosphere, Chabadi helplessly picked up the microphone and said this with a face full of shame. Looks like the contestants from the top 3 teams are all suffering from motion sickness. The audience fell silent. Then, they burst into laughter. What? So, even the former strongest guild and the current strongest guild have weaknesses? Come on. At least you're still opponents. Don't fall to last place. Good luck. Ha 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 ha. The laughter of goodwill and ridicule continued to echo in the field. After yesterday's exciting competition, everyone had already compared Fairy Tail to Saber Tooth. After yesterday, the battle between the 2 guilds had been the topic of the audience. Everyone was looking forward to it. Today, would Fairy Tail and Saber Tooth be able to give equally exciting matches? In the end, in the next day's competition, the 2 guilds that had become the hot topic actually performed so amazingly, which made many people happy. The so-called competition was like this. For the audience, it was actually just entertainment. Therefore, these people would cheer if the performance was wonderful, and they would also cheer if the performance was interesting. As long as they were happy, it was enough for these people. Therefore, the performance of Fairy Tail and Saber Tooth not only did not cause the audience to be disappointed, but also made the audience feel incomparably happy, and their popularity became even more exuberant. However, that was understandable. The top 3 teams were reduced to this point because of motion sickness, which really made people not know whether to laugh or cry. In this way, the top 3 contestants would undoubtedly occupy the last 3 positions in this competition. The audience couldn't help but laugh out loud at this unexpected outcome. It seems that Naz and Gadgelu won't be able to win many points for us. Mira held her cheek with one hand and looked helpless. Fortunately, Sting of Saber-Tooth is the same, otherwise it would be too disadvantageous for us. That guy named Sting also can't do anything about transportation. Is that really the weakness of the Dragon Slayer magic shooter? Jubian was puzzled. Also, undoubtedly, when you see the word chariot, you can more or less expect the content of the competition to be related to transportation. Why did you let Mr. Naz and Mr. Gadgelu play? Those two idiots insisted on playing, saying that if they didn't play, it would be considered as running away, so they had to play no matter what. Laxus curled his lips and said, I guess that the Dragon Slayer magic shooter of Saber-Tooth also said that he wanted to play and was afraid that he wouldn't be able to get off the stage, so he braced himself and played together with them, right? What the hell is this? Noah didn't know what to say. Previously, when we were confronting each other, you spoke so highly of yourself. In the end, regardless of whether it was Fairy Tail or Saber-Tooth, both of them ended up like this. Doesn't this make you look like a fool? Well, at least Naz and Gadgelu haven't given up yet. Mira still looked a little helpless, but she comforted him gently. As long as they don't lose to Saber-Tooth, it's fine. In fact, although Naz and Gadgelu's faces were ashen, they insisted on crawling forward, pulling away from Sting little by little. Sting's face was ugly at this result. He wanted to crawl forward like Naz and Gadgelu, but he couldn't do it no matter what. Sting, who understood how difficult it was to move forward in a state of motion sickness, finally had a trace of puzzlement and shock. Why? Why can Naz and Gadgelu insist on moving forward, but I can't? It wasn't until this time that Sting remembered Noah's words. The so-called guild is a place where companions, family, and friends gather. Only when everyone gathers together can it be called a guild. So, we will fight for our companions and become the strongest. And you, at best, are fighting for your reputation, which is not at the same level as our beliefs. So, we are different. No, it should be said that you can't compare to us. Thinking of those words at that time, Sting clenched his teeth and fell silent. Is this the difference between me and them? Is this the reason why they can move forward? Could this be the fairy tale? With these doubts, in the end, Sting was unable to surpass Naz and Gadgelu. Naz and Gadgelu took away the 6th and 7th places respectively, obtaining 2 and 1 points, while he himself got 0 points. Under such circumstances, Sting silently returned to the contestant area amidst the laughter of the audience. The previous provocation of Fairy Tail ended with Sting's complete defeat. However, the conflict between the two guilds did not stop there. Next up is the first duel of the day, Fairy Tail B Team Noah Dole vs Saber-Tooth Shu and Iagulia. Chapter 1681. What? Sting, who had just returned to the contestants' area, did not even have time to say a word before he was awakened by this unexpected pairing. Xuanai versus that man. Rog, Lucius, and Alyaga were equally shocked. As for Xuanai, she was even more stunned. When she came to her senses, her eyes shone with an unprecedented brilliance, and her jade-like hands slowly clenched and trembled under her coat. It was not because of fear, but because of excitement. Finally, she could finally display her strength in front of that lord. How lucky she was. At this moment, Xuanai was only excited, and not fearful at all. On the contrary, the expressions of Sting, Rog, Lucius, and Alyaga gradually darkened. Because there was no other way. Although Xuanai's strength was not bad, there was still a huge gap between her and one of the 10 great Saint Magi. And her opponent was someone who could easily deal with Jula, who was ranked 5th among the 10 great Saint Magi. Against such an opponent, Xuanai did not have the slightest chance of winning. Hence, the expressions of Sting and the rest were incomparably ugly. On the other side, Noah also showed a somewhat stunned expression because of this unexpected match. How? How could this be? Julian was caught off guard. It's actually Sir Noah versus that Starsoul Archmage named Xuanai. Not only Julian, but even Laxas and Gadula looked at Noah in surprise. Previously, Xuanai's persistence towards Noah was something everyone had seen clearly. Although they did not know what relationship Noah had with Xuanai, this matter was definitely not simple. In the end, the organizer actually let Noah and Xuanai have a direct duel. Could it be that this was the so-called fate? Noah. Mira could not help but hug Noah's arm with a worried expression. Hearing Myra's call, Noah gradually withdrew his astonished expression and turned his head to look at Mira. Looking at the worried expression on Myra's face, Noah reached out and patted Myra's hand that was tightly hugging his arm as he spoke softly. "Don't worry. I'll be fine. But you still don't know what kind of past you have with that child called Xuanai?" Mira seemed to be a little worried. "It's too difficult for you to fight that child like this." After all, without knowing what kind of past he had with Xuanai, Noah had no idea where to start. If he was careless and hurt the persistence in Xuanai's heart, it might cause that seemingly strong young girl's heart to shatter into pieces. This way, how could Noah make a move on Xuanai? "To be honest, I don't know how to fight that girl named Xuanai." Noah laughed bitterly. "However, this is something that I must face. Perhaps, she and I are destined to end this." Closure. Yes, closure. Although he didn't remember what kind of relationship he had with that girl named Xuanai, her persistence towards Noah was real. This reminded Noah of Versilia Eva's persistence towards Liena Subble in the world of Elven Sword Dance. Liena Subble had once taken down Versilia in the Elven Sword Dance Festival, but she didn't put Versilia in her eyes from the beginning to the end. That extremely prideful Elven had once fallen and did not hesitate to harm her body and future in order to compete with the strongest sword dancer. Why did Versilia not hesitate to go to such extent to win against Lien? The reason, wasn't it to make Lien, who once didn't even look at her, take her seriously? Then, putting himself in her shoes, Noah's life was almost the same as Liena Subble's. It could only be described as a legend. Didn't he hurt some people unintentionally? The answer, perhaps, was yes. And this person was very likely to be Xuanai. Perhaps, even Xuanai was just one of them. That was hard to say. Therefore, Noah couldn't avoid facing Xuanai. Previously, Noah had been thinking about how to solve Xuanai's problem. However, Noah had been unable to find an answer for a long time. Now, the Great Demonic Arts Festival had directly pushed Noah in front of Xuanai. Then, perhaps this was the world telling Noah. In order to not have any regrets before the final battle, he had to face the girl's persistence. Other than that, there was no other solution. "I have to fight this round." Noah gently stroked Myra's head. "Don't worry about me. There will always be a way." Hearing this, Mira opened her mouth, but nothing came out. After a while, Mira smiled. Her delicate face revealed a gentle expression that was no different from before. "I believe in you." Noah returned a smile and hugged Mira into his arms. After kissing Myra's forehead, he let go of his fiancée in his arms and walked into the arena under the gaze of his companions. At the same time, Xuanai also slowly walked into the arena under the gaze of her companions. Not long after, Noah and Xuanai entered the arena at the same time. Their gazes instantly met in mid-air. "Oh!" The audience in the arena burst into cheers. Not to mention the audience, even Chapati on the rostrum raised his voice and reported excitedly. Now walking into the arena are Noah Doria from Fairy Tale and Xuanai Yulia from Saber-Tooth. In yesterday's competition, both of them had shown extraordinary strength to everyone in the competition segment and duel segment. Today, both of them will meet in the first round of the duel segment. They are the magic shooters from the former and current strongest guilds respectively. This battle will not disappoint us. No matter which side it is, both of them are very powerful. Yajma gave a compliment. "I sincerely hope that both of them can have a regret-free competition and let us see the excellence of both guilds." No regrets. Cool. No regrets. Cool. Even Jason started to babble nonsense. The atmosphere in the arena was completely brought to a climax. Immediately, cheers resounded in the air above the venue, stirring up the hearts of the contestants of each team. However, Noah and Xuanai did not seem to hear the resounding cheers. They looked straight at each other and remained silent. "I've been waiting for this moment to come." After a long while, Xuanai broke the silence and revealed her inner thoughts. "In order to show my strength in front of you, I've been persistently training for the past 7 years. Now, the time has finally come." Xuanai raised her hand and held a star essence key tightly. Her eyes were like torches as she stared at Noah. "You don't have to be merciful. I won't be merciful either. I'll show you all of my strength." From Xuanai's words, Noah could clearly feel an extraordinary strong will. One could imagine what kind of feelings Xuanai had when she said those words. In response, Noah only took a deep breath and met Xuanai's gaze. "If you really wish to fight with me, I can satisfy you." Noah looked straight into Xuanai's eyes and said. "However, I hope that after the battle, you can tell me everything." "Everything?" Xuanai tightened the key in her hand and lowered her head as she muttered softly. "What are you referring to?" "The connection between us," Noah said directly. "I don't remember where I met you, nor do I remember what happened between us. I only vaguely remember the name, Xuanai." Xuanai remained silent, but her hand that was holding the star essence key tightened. After a while, Xuanai squeezed out a sentence. "It's natural that you don't remember me. To you, it's just an insignificant interlude. However, to me, it's something that I'll never forget in my life. Rather, I'm already very touched that you still remember my name." After saying that, Xuanai raised her head and looked at Noah. "Beat me and I'll tell you everything." The corner of Noah's mouth lifted slightly. Chapter 1682. Then, on the rostrum, Chabati glanced at Noah and then at Xuanai. After confirming that both of them were ready, he raised his hand. The first duel of the second day of the Great Demonic Arts Exhibition, Fairy Tale B Team, Noah Doria vs Sabertooth, Xuanai Agulia. Begin. As soon as the announcement of the start of the duel, Xuanai immediately took a step back and raised the key in her hand. She began to mobilize all the magic in her body, causing the majestic magic to surge up and infuse into the star's soul key in her hand. Accompanied by a slight tremor, the star's soul key that was tightly held in Xuanai's hand suddenly bloomed with light. That light gave everyone present a huge shock. Because the light that bloomed from the star's soul key in Xuanai's hand was not the golden light that symbolized the star's soul of the 12 zodiac gates, but an ominous purple-black light. The ominous black light not only surprised everyone around, it even made Noah frown a little. There was no other reason. At this moment, Noah clearly felt it. In the air, an extremely sticky feeling began to surge like a swamp. Then, bursts of purplish-black fog appeared without any warning and filled the entire venue. Poison. Noah's frown deepened. No, this is not poison. Not only Noah, but the rest of the people who saw this scene with their own eyes were also puzzled. What is that? Elisha's expression slightly froze. It feels very bad. The smell of the air has changed. Wendy's nose twitched cutely, her little face became a little uncomfortable. That's a very dangerous smell. What is that Xuanai planning to do? Gray was puzzled. I have a bad feeling about this. Lucy's face was even more bewildered. That key doesn't seem to be the key to the 12 zodiac gates. After being reminded by Lucy, everyone realized that. In Xuanai's hand, the key that was emitting an ominous purple-black light was not a bright golden color. That key was completely black in color. Furthermore, there was a black snake coiling around it. It wasn't just the luster. Even its appearance was very strange. Holding this key, Xuanai said to Noah in an extremely serious manner. If I only rely on the power of the 12 zodiac gates, I have no hope of defeating you. Therefore, I will directly use my greatest trump card, the power of the 13th gate. The power of the 13th door. Noah was stunned. The power of the 13th door. The others were also stunned. Only Lucy sucked in a breath of cold air. It can't be. Does the girl called Xuanai have the key to the 13th door? Do you know what's going on? Gray quickly asked. The so-called 13th door. I've only heard of it. Lucy couldn't help but step forward. She came to the guardrail and leaned forward slightly. Looking at the key in Xuanai's hand, she said in shock. It is said that above the 12 zodiac gates, there is actually an unknown star spirit that is independent of the 12 constellations. That is the 13th star spirit. While Lucy was explaining, Xuanai had already raised the ominous key in her hand. The power of the star spirit represented by the 13th door far surpasses that of the 12 zodiac gates. This is my greatest trump card, and also my greatest strength. Now, it's time to open this door. Xuanai raised the key that was emitting ominous light high up. As if she was singing, she shouted loudly. Open! The door of Ophiuchus constellation Ophiuchus. The ominous light emitted from the star spirit key with the black snake coiling around it suddenly flourished. It turned into a burst of black light and instantly enveloped the entire venue. Ding dong! As if there was a light bell ringing, a pitch-black magic formation rotated from the star spirit key that Xuanai raised up high. Immediately after, everyone in the venue showed a horrified expression. Because, a huge black shadow burst out from the pitch-black magic formation. Against the whistling atmosphere, it rushed into the air and appeared in the venue that was covered in black fog. It was a snake. It was a gigantic black snake that was at least several hundred meters long. It was thicker than a pillar that several adults would need to wrap their arms around. It had a machine-like appearance and was covered in layers of scales. Hiss! A bone-chilling shriek rang out. The huge black snake named Ophiuchus slowly wriggled its body. Its pair of snake eyes stared at Noah below. As the snake hissed, the black fog in the surrounding space fluctuated slightly. That appearance, that scene, and that hiss all made people feel a bone-piercing chill in their hearts, causing the surrounding audience to show a horrified expression. Ophiuchus. Xuanai pointed the key that was emitting a purple-black light in her hand at Noah's direction and ordered without hesitation. Go! The murderous glint in Ophiuchus's snake eyes immediately intensified. Whoosh! In the next second, a huge snake tail carried an extremely strong whistling sound as it swept through the space. It stirred up the surrounding black fog, separated the raging wind, and smashed heavily in Noah's direction. Looking at the huge snake tail that was whizzing over, Noah's eyes focused. Without any hesitation, he tapped the ground and retreated quickly. His figure was extremely agile as he leaped out. The huge snake tail that was whizzing over suddenly landed on the ground. With a loud noise, the hard ground was completely blasted open. A large piece of it sunk down and stirred up gravel. Kacha kacha kacha. Cracks like a spider web that fell heavily on the ground and spread out around the snake tail that smashed the ground. In a moment, it spread out to dozens of meters away. Seeing this scene with his own eyes, Noah's eyes narrowed slightly. Before he could do anything, a deep sonic boom suddenly sounded above his head. Noah abruptly stopped in his tracks and raised his head to look at the sky above him. Suddenly, a huge shadow carrying an unparalleled terrifying power fiercely crashed down, imprinted in Noah's eyes. That huge black shadow was the head of Ophiuchus. The huge head fiercely slammed into the ground, causing an incomparably ferocious force to erupt, shattering the rocky ground, setting off a dense dust and shockwaves, causing stone fragments to flutter in the air. However, while the dust and sand were spreading, a figure suddenly rushed out from the rising dust cloud and shot into the sky. Immediately, it landed on top of Ophiuchus's head. Seeing this, Xuanai ordered. Ophiuchus, throw him down. The huge snake named Ophiuchus immediately let out a long hiss, suddenly twisted its body, and scuttled into the sky. The terrifying centrifugal force and pressure directly acted on Noah, who was standing on top of Ophiuchus's head. If it was an ordinary person, he would have been thrown out and fell to the ground, directly falling to his death. Unfortunately, Noah was not an ordinary person. Even if he had lost his ability points now, the 3 to 4 years of training was not for show. Therefore, Noah was like a gecko, crouching down and tightly grabbing onto Ophucus's scales with one hand. He stood firmly on top of Ophucus's head, and no matter how Ophucus tried to escape, he did not throw him off. That scene was simply like a knight who had tamed a divine dragon. It was very majestic. Oh! The audience began to exclaim in surprise. However, Xuanai felt anxious and shouted loudly. Ophucus! Ophucus suddenly let out a long hiss, turned around in midair, and scuttled downwards. He fell from the sky and hit the ground with his head again. Amidst the muffled explosion, a dense dust cloud once again shook the venue, causing the ground to tremble slightly. However, before that, Noah had already jumped down from Ophucus's head and landed on the ground. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water. The audience was not stingy with their cheers, and they cheered for Noah. Chapter 1683. Hiss. In the hazy black fog, Ophucus' hisses resounded. One could faintly hear the anger in his voice. The huge black python seemed to be roaming in space. It twisted its huge body agilely and coiled around Xuanai. Its huge head hung down from midair. Its pair of snake eyes stared intently at Noah. There was an unusually dense ferocious glint in its eyes. Obviously, after a series of attacks, it was unable to do anything to Noah at all. This fact made the Ophiuchus star spirit, who was known as the 13th door that was even higher than the 12 zodiac gates, feel unusually furious. Of course, it wasn't just Ophiuchus. Xuanai also felt a little anxious. She held the pitch-black star spirit key that was emitting an ominous purplish-black light and looked at Noah with a sharp gaze. Then, Xuanai said these words. Why aren't you attacking? Knowing how powerful Noah was, Xuanai immediately used her biggest trump card at the start of the match, bringing out her greatest strength. However, compared to Xuanai, Noah didn't use any of his strength from the beginning to the end. He only dodged continuously and circled around Ophiuchus without launching an attack at all. If Noah used the magic that could continuously shoot out magical light beams like he did against Jura yesterday, Xuanai might have been defeated by now. Xuanai, who was clearly aware of this, had been wary of Noah's magic cannon. In the end, Noah didn't use it at all, and didn't even launch an attack. This made Xuanai, who was full of energy from the beginning just to let Noah see her growth, feel like she was being looked down upon and betrayed. She couldn't help but feel a dark emotion rising in her heart. Under Xuanai's sharp gaze, Noah only slowly opened and closed his hand. After being silent for a while, he suddenly opened his mouth and spoke. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said, "Because I don't know how much power I should use to deal with you." Upon hearing this, Xuanai was slightly taken aback, and then some anger finally appeared in her eyes. In other words, are you looking down on me? No, you're very strong. Even in my guild, your strength is definitely enough to rank in the top 10 magic shooters. Other than the president, only the current S-rank magic shooters in the guild can guarantee a complete victory over you. Noah shook his head and looked directly at Xuanai. However, I'm an exception. An exception? Xuanai frowned in confusion. What do you mean? Although it sounds like I'm boasting, I have to tell you. Noah smiled indifferently. Actually, with my current strength, I probably can't be compared to humans, right? His words that sentence, which caused an uproar in the surroundings. Not only the audience, but also the other magic casters from the other guilds couldn't help but sneered at Lin Lin. Lin. Admittedly, Noah was indeed very strong. He could easily defeat even the 5th-ranked Great Magus Saint. In the past, he had even killed a Great Magus Saint. But even so, to say that he was above all humans, no matter who it was a joke. Only the main members of Fairy Tail couldn't help but recall the battle between Noah and Akanalia on Celestial Wolf Island. At that time, the strength that Noah displayed was simply comparable to that of a demon god. Even the black dragon Achanalia, who had destroyed a huge country in Revelation, was able to fight evenly with him. Could that kind of strength be compared to humans? Therefore, the main members of Fairy Tail were collectively silent. Of course, even the main members of Fairy Tail did not know about this. In fact, at that time, the reason why Noah was able to fight Achanalia to a draw was that his authority had not yet been adapted to this world and couldn't be used. Otherwise, if Noah could even kill a god, Achanalia naturally wouldn't be a problem. Even if the power of authority was excluded, compared to that time, the current Noah was only stronger. Although at that time, the powerful gate of Babylon was no longer by his side and the ability value that gave Noah astonishing physical strength was also lost, the current Noah had strength that he didn't have at that time. For example, the third perpetual motion mechanism soul. For example, Aster, who had recovered all the power that even the Elven King, who was the elemental incarnation of the world, was afraid of. Another example was Athena, who had assimilated with the blade of salvation that could even cut stars. With these powers, even if Noah lost his authority, ability value, and treasury, he still wouldn't be weaker than when he fought Achanalia on Celestial Wolf Island. Thus, ignoring the clamor around him, Noah looked at the astonished Xuanai and said, "Do you know how much power I used when I fought Jula?" The surroundings suddenly became silent. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, confusion written all over their faces. And those high mages from the major guilds all had shocked expressions. This was especially true for the members of Lamia Scales. They couldn't help but stand up. "What does he mean by that?" Leo asked in shock and anger. Could it be that when he fought Mr. Jula, he didn't use his full strength? Liar! Surely, Leah shouted indignantly. That's definitely a lie. Among the shocked and angry high mages of Lamia Scale, Jula didn't say anything. His eyes were fixed on Noah's body, and his eyes began to flicker. Under such circumstances, Noah spoke bluntly. "I'll be direct. At that time, the power I used was probably less than 1% of my full strength, right?" Hearing this sentence clearly, everyone opened their eyes wide. Jula's eyes suddenly set off waves, and finally, he laughed bitterly. "Less than 1%? What a joke!" Leo said angrily. How could that kind of thing be true? It wasn't just the Lamia Scale sorcerer. Everyone present snorted in contempt. This included the members of Saber-Tooth. "There should be a limit to boasting," Alyaga said sarcastically. Using less than 1% of his power to easily defeat the 5th of the 10 great Saint Mages? Does he really think that people will believe such words? Sting, Roger, and Lucifer also had a look of ridicule on their faces. The surrounding audience suddenly began to point at Noah, obviously not believing Noah's words at all. Noah acted as if he didn't hear the clamor and mockery from the surroundings, and continued to speak. "So, from the beginning, I didn't think of using my full strength in this great demon battle drill. As long as I can guarantee victory, that's enough." At this point, Noah looked directly at Xuanai. "However, facing you, I'm somewhat conflicted. If I don't use my full strength, I feel that I'm really looking down on you. Because of this, I didn't make a move. But now, I've decided." Noah said word by word. "I'll let you see the extent of my power now." After saying this, Noah raised his hand, and with a flash, a small sword suddenly appeared in his hand. It was a small sword that was completely platinum in color. "Athena," Noah said softly. "Is there a problem?" A voice immediately sounded in Noah's heart. "Facing such an opponent, you still need to use me. I really can't do anything about you." Athena smiled sweetly. "However, this concubine is already yours. We are destined to be together, so you can do whatever you want with me." The corners of Noah's mouth slowly rose. At this moment, the endless energy in Noah's body was transformed into divine might. Like a wild flow of turbulence, it surged into the small platinum sword in his hand under Noah's control. Clang! Immediately, a dazzling radiance as bright as the sun blossomed from the small platinum sword. That brilliance illuminated the entire world. Chapter 1684. Clang. The dazzling platinum light that was as bright as the sun turned into tens of thousands of rays of light that bloomed in the center of the venue. It surged out like a tide and instantly covered the entire area. It was so dazzling that it was hard to imagine. Everyone in the venue cried out in surprise one after another. Then, their entire field of vision was pierced by the dazzling light, and they all subconsciously closed their eyes. At this moment, the thick black fog that filled the entire venue was dispersed by the platinum light. The pitch-black giant Snakeophocus let out a sharp cry, its voice filled with confusion. At this moment, no one's field of vision was not filled by the dazzling platinum light, causing a commotion. However, amidst the commotion, an extremely clear voice reverberated like a chant. Divine starlight, lightning of salvation, goddess wisdom, indestructible steel, sword, appear in my hand. It was a language that no one in this world could understand. This was because it was an elven incantation written in the elven language. It did not belong to this world at all. Therefore, everyone could only hear a series of incomprehensible and mysterious incantations. Then, the platinum light that illuminated the entire area surged and became even more dazzling. In order to adapt to the dazzling platinum light, the people in the venue did not know how much time they had to use. When their field of vision had more or less recovered a little, the audience that filled the entire venue finally realized. The platinum light that filled the entire area originated from a sword. A sword that was completely platinum in color, as bright as the sun, blooming with tens of thousands of rays of light. Such a mystical and sacred sword was now tightly held in Noah's hand. He raised it high into the sky and released a dazzling light to the surroundings. Staring at the sacred platinum sword, everyone in the venue became absent-minded at this moment. Including Xuanai. That. Xuanai said with great difficulty. What is that? Hearing Xuanai's voice, Noah slowly retracted the divine blade that was raised high into the sky. He pointed it diagonally to the ground and softly said. This is a divine sword that can even sever a star. Its name is Heavenly Sword of Salvation. Heavenly Sword of Salvation. Xuanai's voice was filled with uncertainty. A divine sword that can even sever a star. What a joke. He must be joking. How could such a weapon exist in this world? This was Xuanai's thought, and also the thought of everyone in the venue. Everyone thought that Noah was definitely joking. However, no one present was able to voice their thoughts as they stared at the platinum sword that seemed to absorb all the light in the world, shining as resplendently as the sun. Their faces were filled with uncertainty. Then, Noah said. I know you don't believe me, Noah said faintly. However, you will soon believe it. After he finished speaking, Xuanai, 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 Xuanai of the world, Heavenly Sword of Salvation, buzz. Following a clear trembling sound that seemed to reverberate in everyone's heart, the dazzling light that bloomed from the Heavenly Sword of Salvation suddenly rushed into the sky. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Amidst the piercing sounds of the air being torn apart, streaks of platinum light shot up into the sky and converged above the giant egg, gradually condensing into a sphere. Like a celestial body, it continued to emit dazzling light as it rotated. Not long after, a huge platinum sun that was larger than the entire giant egg, with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters, suddenly appeared under everyone's gaze. It burst forth with terrifying fluctuations that shook the entire space, causing the surrounding space to slightly distort. Looking at the huge platinum sun that was suspended above, everyone's mouth was wide open, and their faces were filled with horror. At this moment, even the most ordinary spectator understood what was going on. What he was looking up to was the light of salvation that could bring hope to everyone, and also bring death to everyone. When the platinum sun fell from the sky, even if it was the planet itself, it would directly penetrate to the deepest part of the planet's core. That was a scene that would only appear in dreams. That scene was both sacred and terrifying. Impossible. Justin looked up at the platinum sun, as if he had lost his soul, and murmured lifelessly. Impossible, that kind of thing, that kind of thing. Lucius said in a trembling voice. How could there be, monster? Alyaga's voice was filled with fear. That guy is a monster. Is that his true power? Even Rog stared at the sun in the sky in a daze, his hands trembling slightly. Is that why humans can't be compared to him? Without a doubt, that was not a power that humans could resist. In the face of such power, even the strongest guild in the Fiori Kingdom, what could they do? Facing such power, as long as they were human, they could only look up. That was because in the face of such power, humans were just too insignificant. If even the entire human race was so insignificant, then the so-called strongest guild in the kingdom was even more insignificant. Hence, regardless of whether it was the most ordinary spectator or an existence known as one of the 10 strongest saint archmages of the continent, they could only look up at the incomparably dazzling sun at this moment, falling into an inextricable state of shock. Hiss! The Ophiuchus star spirit called Ophiuchus roared at the sun in the sky, but his voice was filled with fear. Xuanai couldn't help but take 2 steps back, her entire body trembling, and her eyes filled with horror. Looking at Xuanai, Noah's voice was so calm that it was terrifying. Surrender. It was a simple sentence, but it made Xuanai's heart tremble. Xuanai clenched her teeth, desperately trying to raise the star spirit key in her hand, but she didn't know why she couldn't exert any strength, causing the hand that was holding the star spirit key to tremble uncontrollably. Looking at the elven magic device called Heavenly Sword of Salvation, raised up high, and easily created a sun, displaying terrifying power, Xuanai's heart was filled with despair. There was no chance of winning. There was absolutely no chance of winning. Even if she fought back, he only needed to gently wave the heavenly sword in his hand, and everything would be over. Not only the girl called Xuanai. It wasn't just the star spirit named Ophiuchus. As long as Noah waved the heavenly sword of salvation in his hand, the sun in the sky would fall, then, including the mountain where the giant egg Factoria sat, including the city of Crocus in the center of the Fiori Kingdom, everything would disappear in an instant. Therefore, Xuanai had no chance of winning. No. In the face of such power, even if all the humans in this world combined, they still had no chance of winning. Understanding this point, the star spirit key in Xuanai's hand finally slid down. Ding! With a crisp sound, the jet-black star spirit key fell to the ground, and the purplish-black radiance on it disappeared bit by bit. Hiss! Ophiuchus let out a sigh of relief, and his figure also disappeared in the air, returning to the star spirit realm. As for Xuanai, she directly knelt on the ground with her hands on the ground, lowered her head, and her delicate body kept trembling. After a long time, Xuanai finally squeezed out a voice as if she was sobbing. I surrender. This voice was extremely clear. Because, other than this voice, there was no other voice in the venue. In the eerily silent venue, Xuanai's voice finally woke up Cha Body on the rostrum, and he reflexively picked up the microphone and stuttered. Xuanai surrenders. Therefore, the winner is Noah Doria from Fairy Tale B Team. Thus, the winner was decided. Chapter 1685. Buzz, in the sky, the dazzling platinum sun suddenly turned. With a slight tremor, it slowly disintegrated into streaks of platinum light and dissipated into the air. It wasn't until the platinum sun had completely disappeared that the audience could finally relax their hearts. In the end, almost everyone realized. Their faces, backs, and hands were all covered in cold sweat. It was only at this moment that people began to feel a strong sense of fear. Thus, everyone present looked at Noah in the middle of the venue. Their eyes were completely different. Only then did people understand just how powerful was Noah Dole's existence. With such a degree of power, it was no wonder that he dared to claim that humans could not be compared to him. That was not an exaggeration, but a statement of fact. At least they could be sure that in this world, there was absolutely no human who could be a match for him. The so-called 10 great saint sorcerers, in front of that platinum sun, was probably just a joke. Even the sorcerers in the famous guilds understood this point. Thus, in the contestant area of Lamia scale, Turtledove let out a long sigh and spoke from the bottom of her heart. I am not as good as him, there is no need to even compare. The sorcerers from the Lamia scale fell silent. The sorcerers from Saber-Tooth were silent. The sorcerers from the Blue Pegasus fell silent. The sorcerers from the Mermaid Heel fell silent. The sorcerers from the Cotter Cerberus fell silent. The sorcerers from Fairy Tale were also silent. As long as they witnessed the scene just now, when they heard Tura's words, they were all silent. Because, they could not refute. Only in the contestant area of Raven Tail, Aelix was excited. Staring at the heavenly sword of salvation, in Noah's hand that was still shining with a dazzling platinum light, Alexi's heart was indescribably excited. That is definitely a magic weapon developed by using the power of lumen starlight. It is definitely so. After all, there was no need to even think about how much magic power a magic weapon that could create such a terrifying sun would consume when it was used. If there was not a huge amount of magic power to support such a weapon, it would be absolutely impossible to use it. Logically speaking, such a weapon, even if it was only used once, would require more than 1 billion magic power. In other words, only by gathering the magic power of more than 1 billion sorcerers could one use such a level of power once. That level of magic power, without the support of the eternal magic power, lumen, starlight, how could it be casually used for a demonstration? In fact, Aelix's thoughts were indeed correct to a certain extent. If there was not enough divine power to support it, then the power of the heavenly sword that could even cut a star would not be able to be used. However, Noah did not need to rely on lumen starlight at all. Relying on his own strength, it was enough to display all the power of the heavenly sword. Therefore, Aelix did not know that Noah himself was a different kind of lumen starlight. So that's how it is, so lumen starlight is in Noah Doria's hands. The greed in Aelix's heart finally erupted. I must get it. No matter if it is lumen starlight or that weapon. They all belong to me. Noah, who did not know the feelings of the others, only looked at Xuanai who was sitting paralyzed on the ground, raised his foot, and walked over. During this process, the heavenly sword of salvation, in Noah's hand turned into a burst of light particles and turned back into a small platinum sword. It was pinned to his waist. Then, Noah came in front of Xuanai, looked down at Xuanai who was sitting there paralyzed, and said softly. Just like what we agreed on, I hope you can tell me everything. Xuanai lowered his head and did not speak. After a while, Xuanai took out a key from his pocket and showed it to Noah. That key was not the extremely precious golden key of the 12 zodiac gates, nor was it the key of the 13th gate, which was even more valuable than the 12 zodiac gates. It was only the cheapest star elemental key. The star elemental that was summoned using this star elemental key, it was estimated that not to mention having a certain degree of power, it would not be strange for it to only have ornamental value. Such a star elemental key could even be bought in an ordinary magic tool shop. However, such a key, not only did Xuanai use a string to string it together, he even hung it around his neck and hid it in his clothes. Obviously, to Xuanai, this was a star elemental key that was even more precious than the 12 zodiac gates. Holding this star elemental key, Xuanai said softly. This is the key you gave me 7 years ago. I gave you the key. Noah was stunned. However, in the next second, a thought flashed through Noah's mind. Needless to say, Noah did not know star elemental magic at all, so he naturally did not have a star elemental key on him. However, 7 years ago, when he first met Lucy, Lucy gave a star elemental key as a gift to Noah. And by chance, Noah gave that key to a little girl. A little girl who was bullied by a few gangsters in an alley and was saved by him. At that time, Noah and Levi went to the jewelry store together to order engagement rings for Mira and Lisanna. It was at that time that Noah met that little girl by chance. He still remembered that the little girl had snow-white hair that leaned towards blue. Moreover, she introduced herself like this. My name is Xuanai. The memories of the past were instantly recalled by Noah all at once. You. Noah looked at Xuanai in bewilderment and said uncertainly. You're the child in the alley at that time. Hearing this, Xuanai tightened her grip on the key. She finally raised her head and looked at Noah. So, you still remember me? At this moment, a smile finally appeared on Xuanai's face. However, that smile seemed a little sad. At that time, Lord Noah told me that he hoped that I could become a powerful magic shooter. In order to live up to your expectations, I have been training hard all these years. I only hope that one day, I can stand proudly in front of you and tell you that I have become a powerful magic shooter. Xuanai's expression became a little self-deprecating as she said this. It's a pity that I didn't understand how weak I was until now. You. Noah opened his mouth and sighed softly. You're not weak. I've said it before, you're already very strong. But, to you, I'm incomparably weak. Xuanai bit her lips and closed her eyes as a drop of tear rolled down her cheek. The current me is simply unable to stand beside you, let alone stand before you. You said that you were a magic shooter from the strongest guild in the Fiori Kingdom. It was because of this that I joined Sabertooth. Xuanai's voice was laced with tears. But, you're not there at all. You're a liar. Noah fell silent and looked at Xuanai with a complicated gaze. At this moment, Noah finally understood why Xuanai asked him to leave Fairy Tail and join Sabertooth. It wasn't because Xuanai looked down on Fairy Tail. This young girl only hoped to join the same guild as him. Unfortunately, fate made a fool of people and made this young girl walk on a path that was completely different from her dreams. Now that the two of them had finally crossed paths, Xuanai naturally wanted to make up for her past regrets. That was why Xuanai appeared in front of Noah. Chapter 1686. Actually, at that time, if Noah had directly told Xuanai that he was the sorcerer of Fairy Tail, then this girl would not have suffered so much for 7 years. Unfortunately, at that time, Xuanai was only a child who had just turned 10 years old. If he told a child that he was a magic shooter from Fairy Tail, the child would probably have a confused look on his face, right? After all, could you expect a child who was just over 10 years old to understand how great Fairy Tail was and what kind of existence it was? Because of this, in order to let the young Xuanai understand what kind of guild she was in, Noah said that he was the sorcerer of the strongest guild in the Fiori Kingdom. In the end, because of this sentence, Xuanai, who desperately wanted to get close to Noah, went further and further away. She then joined the Sabertooth that rose after the Fairy Tail fell from grace. If this could not be said to be fate playing tricks on people, then what could be called fate playing tricks on people? Although he did not know how Xuanai had been all these years, but looking at her unusual persistence on the first day they met, and now sitting on the ground crying weakly, Noah could imagine how painful Xuanai's heart was. Thus, Noah could only remain silent. Because Noah and Xuanai's conversation was not very loud, there were so many spectators present, and naturally no one could hear the conversation between the two. However, everyone clearly saw Xuanai's sad and crying appearance. Thus, everyone understood and shut their mouths, giving Noah and Xuanai some time. It was not that everyone here was so considerate, but after the competition, the contestants would have a short exchange after the competition, which was not a strange thing. Some people would appreciate each other after the battle. Some people would hate each other after the battle. Some people would talk to each other after the battle. Some people would ask each other to come again after the battle. That was the fun of the competition. Thus, everyone present tacitly gave Noah and Xuanai some time, even Chapati who was on the rostrum did not speak anymore. However, this period of time could not be too long. No one knew if Noah had realized this, but he suddenly spoke. Let's play Fairy Tail. Xuanai raised her head. Her cheeks were wet and her eyes were red and swollen. She stared blankly at Noah. Clearly, Xuanai never thought that Noah would say this. In front of Xuanai, Noah cast his gaze on her and said, Actually, things aren't as complicated as you think, and there's no need for you to be so clumsy. If you really want to stand in front of me and tell me that you're a powerful magic shooter, then you've already done it. I've said it before, you're very strong. Even in fairy tale, you can be ranked in the top 10. With this level of strength, I believe that no one would deny that you're a powerful magic shooter. Noah's voice clearly entered Xuanai's ears. And if you want to join the strongest guild in the Fiori Kingdom, then just join Fairy Tail. After this year's Great Demon Battle Arts competition, we'll definitely become the strongest. That way, everything will go back to square one. Even if we can't eliminate the pain you've suffered in the past 7 years, at least we can redeem the regret that you wish to redeem. To tell you the truth, after the Great Demon Battle Arts competition, I'll be inheriting the position of the guild leader of Fairy Tail. Noah smiled slightly. At that time, if you can join my guild, I think I'll be very happy. After leaving these words, Noah directly turned around, and under Xuanai's gaze, he slowly left in the direction of Fairy Tail's contestant area. Looking at Noah's gradually disappearing figure, Xuanai was stunned. Because, that back was exactly the same as the last scene that Xuanai saw when she was saved by Noah in the alley 7 years ago. However, that was to be expected. For Xuanai, Noah saved her when she was a child and changed her fate. That was something that happened 7 years ago. But for Noah, that was only about half a year ago. In half a year's time, Noah naturally wouldn't have changed that much. His back was naturally exactly the same as 7 years ago when Xuanai knew him. This made Xuanai feel as if she had returned to square one. Noah was telling Xuanai this. It wasn't too late to start afresh. As long as Xuanai joined Fairy Tail, she would be able to do it. Do you want to join Fairy Tail? Looking at Noah's gradually disappearing figure, Xuanai fell into silence. And when Noah returned to the contestant area, he was greeted with Myra's gentle smile. You've worked hard. Noah shook his head, reached out, and hugged his fiancée. His heart was calm. In the duel portion of the Great Demon Battle Arts competition, besides the battle between Noah and Xuanai, there were 3 more matches. In the first match, a guy named Black Snake from Raven Tail fought against a sorcerer named Lamia Scale. Black Snake was victorious. In the second match, Kagura from Mermaid Heel fought against Jenny from Blue Pegasus. Kagura won. As for the third match, it was naturally the battle between Fairy Tail Team A and Cotter Cerberus. And the contestant for Fairy Tail Team A was Alusha. His opponent was an S-rank sorcerer from the Cotter Cerberus. This match was quite interesting. Both sides were active S-rank wizards in the guild, their strength was almost on par, and it was hard to tell who would win. In the end, Alusha won by a narrow margin and won the match. After this day of competition and duels, the 8 teams obtained different scores, and the rankings changed a lot. First place, Fairy Tail A Team, 26p. Second place, Fairy Tail B Team, 24p. Third place, Raven Tail, 24p. Fourth place, Sabertooth, 20p. Fifth place, Mermaid Heel, 17p. Sixth place, Blue Pegasus, 15p. Seventh place, Lamia Scale, 12p. Eighth place, Cotter Cerberus, 10p. Finally, Fairy Tail jumped to the top of the list, and the 2 teams occupied the first and second place respectively, causing many of the magic shooters in Fairy Tail to shed manly tears on the spot. On the other hand, Sabertooth was pushed out of first place and was even pushed down to 4th place. Not only was it overtaken by Fairy Tail, but it was also overtaken by Raven Tail. In response, the group of sorcerers from Sabertooth remained silent as they left the venue. Noah just happened to notice this scene. Looking at Suno, who was following behind Sting, Logue, Lucifer, and Alyaga with her head lowered, her expression completely indiscernible, Noah thought of the personality of Sabertooth's leader, Germain, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Chapter 1687. Following the perfect ending of the second day of the Great Demon Showdown, night gradually fell. However, at this moment, in one of the corridors of Croca's palace, the captain of the Sakura Knights, Alcardios, was walking forward with powerful footsteps. Taking a closer look, not only was Alcardios' expression rather solemn, but there was also a faint trace of shock in his eyes. Recalling the terrifying scene he saw in the venue during the day, Alcardios's expression became more and more dignified, causing his footsteps to quicken. After walking for an unknown period of time, Alcardios arrived in front of a room. Standing at the door, Alcardios took a deep breath, stretched out his hand, and pushed the door open. What appeared before Alcardios was a vast and luxurious room. Moreover, from the layout, it was easy to see that this room belonged to a woman. Under such circumstances, Alcardios walked in without any hesitation. As soon as Alcardios walked into the room, a rather pleasant voice sounded. "You're here, Sir Alcardios." Hearing this, Alcardios stopped and raised his head to look ahead. In the deepest part of the room, in front of a window, there was a young girl with her back facing Alcardios. Bathed in the moonlight, the scene was extremely beautiful. It was a beautiful young girl wearing a gorgeous dress with emerald green waist-length hair. The young girl slowly turned her head, revealing her delicate and pretty face to Alcardios. She looked straight at him. "I knew that you would definitely come." "Yes." Alcardios lowered his head and bowed to the young lady who was much younger than him and looked much weaker than he was, as if he was a subject. "I have something very important to report, Princess." The young girl was the princess of the Fiori Kingdom Emerald. Emerald seemed to have already known what Alcardios wanted to say and closed her eyes. "Sir, you want to talk about the person who had an amazing performance in today's Great Demon Showdown, right?" "Princess already knows." Alcardios was startled at first, then nodded and said in an extremely serious tone. "Since the princess already knows, then I might as well say it directly. That man is very dangerous." "I know, not only I know, I believe that those who saw the power of that man today will clearly know how dangerous he is." Emerald's expression became serious. "Fortunately, we did not become enemies with that lord." "I don't think so, Princess." Alcardios immediately retorted. "Don't forget, our solar eclipse plan needs the power of archmages, and the two archmages that appeared in this great demon battle exhibition are more or less related to that man. If we plan to make a move on those two archmages, I believe that man won't let it go." "I understand your concern, Sir Alcardios, but you are mistaken." Emerald shook her head. "We do need the power of the archmage to carry out the solar eclipse plan, but we don't need to touch that lord's companions, do we?" "You don't need to touch that man's companions?" Alcardios was stunned as he frowned. "Princess's meaning is..." "In short, I have my own plans, Sir Alcardios doesn't need to worry." Emerald pursed her lips as she evaded the question. "Right now, the Great Demon Battle Exhibition is only on the second day, and there are still 3 days before it ends. Our plan will only be carried out after the Great Demon Battle Exhibition ends. Right now, we only need to observe for the time being." Hearing this, Alcardios' frown deepened, but he didn't say anything else and only asked a question. "Then, what should I do next?" "Sir Alcardios only needs to be responsible for maintaining the order during the Great Demon Battle Exhibition, that's enough," Emerald said. "As for the other matters, we can wait until the time is right. Right now, we must not act recklessly, especially towards that man with astonishing power. We must be careful and not offend him." "Yes." Alcardios lowered his head. "Then, I will take my leave first." Fei Chui nodded and asked Alcardios to leave the room. The dusky room suddenly returned to its silent state. Emerald had been staring at the door of her room, and after a while, she suddenly spoke. "Did you hear what I said just now?" Emerald's sudden words clearly echoed throughout the entire room. Not long after, the shadow of the girl bathed in the moonlight suddenly distorted. The distorted shadow slowly grew taller, gradually converging into a human figure that appeared in the room. The person who came out from the shadow was a man. He was wearing a rather gorgeous costume, with half black and half gray hair tied into a ponytail, and a black tattoo around his left eye. His whole body was surrounded by an ominous aura. Emerald looked at the man who came out from her shadow, and her eyes became sharp. "You didn't mention to me that in the guild called Fairy Tale, there is actually such a powerful sorcerer." Hearing Emerald's words, the man slowly raised his head, revealing a pair of charming eyes under the moonlight. Then, the man's mouth curved and said, "Whether there is such a person or not, is it important?" Emerald didn't answer, but her eyes became sharper and sharper. Facing Emerald's sharp eyes, the man acted as if he didn't feel anything, and said very disapprovingly, "That man is indeed very powerful. I'm afraid he is the most powerful person I have ever seen, but in the end, he is only in the realm of human. Do you think that person alone can replace the solar eclipse plan and save this country?" Emerald was speechless. In response, the man's smile became more and more intense. "Princess, please don't forget, we need to save this country, and even save the world. To do this, the solar eclipse plan is the only way. We have been planning this for 7 years, and now, because of a person who suddenly appeared, you want to cancel the plan?" Emerald lowered her head and softly said, "I don't want to cancel the solar eclipse plan. In that case, it doesn't matter whether that person exists or not." The man shrugged. "The reason why I didn't say it is because I don't think it is necessary to mention it. Princess only needs to implement the solar eclipse plan. Whether or not we will implement the solar eclipse plan will depend on the final result of the Great Demonic Martial Arts Competition." Emerald raised her eyes and looked at the evil man. "If the result of the Great Demonic Martial Arts Competition is as you predicted, then I will start the solar eclipse plan. If not, then I am sorry, I will not use this plan." "That is enough." The man suddenly smiled. "Because, in the end, the result will be as I said." Leaving these words, the man's figure suddenly turned into a shadow, merged with Emerald's shadow, and disappeared. Looking at the man who disappeared into her shadow, Emerald was silent. In the courtyard under the moonlight, a shadow suddenly appeared without any warning and turned into the evil man's appearance. However, the smile on the man's face disappeared little by little, and his expression became a bit ugly. "I have never told you that there is such a person in fairy tale." The man gritted his teeth and said, "Isn't that natural? From what I know of fairy tale, there is no such person." "Who is that person? Why does he have such powerful strength?" The man's face was full of uncertainty. "No, that guy is definitely a variable. I have to find a way to deal with him, and don't let him ruin the final result of the Great Demonic Martial Arts Competition." After saying that, the man turned into a shadow again and disappeared. Chapter 1688. At the same time, in the Saber-Tooth Inn, an atmosphere even heavier than the one in the palace was pervading in a spacious room that resembled a hall. Germain sat on the seat in the deepest part of the room with his eyes closed and his arms crossed. There was no expression on his face. However, Germain's body was emitting waves of mana that were visible to the naked eye. They rose from his body like mist and shook the surrounding air, causing the atmosphere to become somewhat chaotic. Looking at Germain in such a state, the archmages of Saber-Tooth, who were lined up neatly like an army, did not even dare to breathe loudly. Their faces were already covered in cold sweat. As for Justin, Logue, Lucifer, Alyaga, and Shuanai who were lined up at the front, they lowered their heads and remained silent. No one knew how long this scene lasted. Until a certain moment, Germain's voice sounded like a tiger's roar. "Fourth place." That low voice made everyone's heartbeat quicken slightly. "Fourth place." Germain repeated and opened his eyes. He stared at Justin and the others who were lined up at the front. His voice was low and terrifying. "You actually reduced my Saber-Tooth to fourth place. Tell me, how should I punish you? Trash." Justin, Logue, Lucifer, and Alyaga all closed their eyes and were speechless. Obviously, the four of them chose not to face Germain's anger head-on. Shuanai also did not say anything. However, Shuanai was not afraid of Germain's anger. Instead, she kept thinking about what Noah had said to her, and thousands of thoughts flashed through her mind. Germain, who did not know what Shuanai was thinking, slowly leaned back on his seat and said expressionlessly, "Although I've said it many times, I still have to tell you that my guild doesn't need trash who only know how to fail. Only those who continuously win are qualified to join my guild and become my army. So, you should know what I'll do, right? No one answered. Because, everyone was very clear that at this time, Germain would do something cruel. Justin, Germain suddenly said. Is there anything you want to say? I don't have anything to say, Sting said after a moment of silence. I have indeed fallen to last place in today's competition. I have tarnished the reputation of Saber-Tooth as the strongest. No matter what kind of punishment you give me, I will accept it. Sting. Rector couldn't help but call out softly, as if he couldn't bear to see what kind of punishment Steen would suffer. He turned his head away with a worried expression. Germain, on the other hand, shifted his gaze to Sting and snorted coldly. You're very smart. You didn't make any unnecessary explanations. If you dared to come up with any excuses, I would definitely punish you without hesitation. Seeing that you didn't lose in a head-on confrontation, I'll give you another chance. However, this is the only chance. Do you understand? Yes. Si Ting lowered his head and answered. At this moment, Jia Man looked at the silent Xuanai, and his tone became icy cold. Xuanai, do you have anything to say? Hearing this, before Xuanai could react, the others had already silently sighed in their hearts. Germain had just said that because Sting didn't lose in a head-on confrontation, he would give him a chance. However, Xuanai had lost in an individual battle and directly lost the points of the duel. In this way, Xuanai's fate was already obvious. For Germain, who had supreme strength, Xuanai's failure was enough reason to expel him from the guild. No matter what Xuanai said, he shouldn't be able to avoid being expelled from the guild, right? Even if Xuanai's opponent was Noah Dole, who defeated Jura with less than 1% of his strength and had the terrifying strength to cut through stars, it would still be the same. In this regard, Xuanai was silent for a moment before he spoke. I do have something to say. Everyone was shocked. This Xuanai, was he planning to go against the president's words again? One must know that just now, Germain had also said that if he dared to come up with any excuses, he would not hesitate to punish him. Undoubtedly, Xuanai knew this. What else did Xuanai want to say? Could it be that because she knew that she couldn't stay in the guild, Xuanai began to give up on herself? This was the thought in everyone's mind. On the other hand, Germain was still expressionless. Then let me see what else you want to say. Xuanai closed her eyes slightly. At this moment, in Xuanai's mind, only Noah's back appeared. Looking at his back, Xuanai really wanted to reach out to him. Because she wanted to keep him. Because she wanted to be close to him. No matter what, Xuanai wanted to be with him. This thought was unprecedentedly strong. This was because Xuanai still remembered that in the arena, Noah had said this to her. If you wish to join the strongest guild in the Fiori Kingdom, then just join Fairy Tail. After this year's Great Demon Battle Exhibition, we will definitely become the strongest. Then, everything will go back to square one. Even if we can't eliminate the pain you've suffered in the past 7 years, at least we can salvage the regret you wish to salvage. That's right. All he had to do was add in Fairy Tail and everything would go back to square one. Xuanai only wanted to join the same guild as Noah and tell Noah that she had become a powerful magic shooter. Now, as long as Xuanai joined Fairy Tail, then her wish that was 7 years late would come true. Thinking of this, Xuanai suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Germain. I want to leave Saber-Tooth and join Fairy Tail. When this sentence reverberated throughout the vast hall, everyone present was dumbfounded. Including Sting, Logue, Lucifer, and Alyaga. Germain's eyes suddenly widened as she spoke in a low voice in disbelief. What did you say? I want to leave Saber-Tooth. Xuanai met Germain's gaze without any fear and said resolutely. Because I want to join Fairy Tail. Everyone suddenly fell silent. An extremely heavy and terrifying tension suddenly spread in the air. Everyone looked at Xuanai in disbelief. No one would have thought that Xuanai would say such a thing under such circumstances. Rector couldn't help but take a step back as he muttered. She's dead. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, an astonishing oppressive aura burst out from Germain's body and swept across the surroundings. Good. Very good. Germain said in a low voice, finally with anger in her voice. Xuanai, can I take it that you're telling me that my guild can't compare to that trash guild? Germain originally planned to ruthlessly expel Xuanai. Not only that, but Germain also planned to humiliate Xuanai, who had tarnished the name of the strongest guild, before kicking her out. In the end, Germain did not expect that Xuanai would take the initiative to ask to leave. This made Germain feel that her guild had been humiliated by Xuanai, and the anger in her heart rose sharply. However, in the face of Germain's anger, Xuanai fearlessly looked at her and said such a sentence. Yes, this saber-tooth definitely can't compare to the guild that the Lord is in. At least, that's the case for me. That's right. To Xuanai, as long as it was a guild with Noah, then no matter what kind of guild it was, it could not compare to her. Because Xuanai only wanted to join a guild with Noah. Unfortunately, these words from the bottom of her heart completely ignited the ruthlessness in Germain's heart. Chapter 1689. Wang. Instantly, under the horrified gazes of all the magic shooters in Saber-Tooth, Germain, who was sitting on his seat, burst out with powerful magical energy and slowly stood up. Undoubtedly, his movements were rather slow, but it gave off a terrifying feeling of a tiger waking up from its nap and baring its fangs at its prey. Under such a terrifying feeling, all the magic shooters in the room took a step back, sweat dripping down their faces. Only Xuanai, who seemed to have expected this, did not move and faced Germain directly, not even taking a step back. Since she had already decided, no matter what the outcome was, Xuanai would not regret it. 7 years ago, she wasn't able to join Noah's guild. As a result, she struggled for several years in the Saber-Tooth. Yukino didn't want to experience the pain anymore. Hence, this time, Xuanai wanted to fight for her wish. Hence, no matter what, Xuanai would not back down. Hence, while everyone was retreating, Xuanai was the only one who did not. The front of the hall was immediately emptied out, leaving Xuanai alone, facing Germain who was surging with terrifying magical energy. Germain surged with magical energy, shaking the air as she lifted her feet and walked towards Xuanai step by step. You're just a defeated piece of trash. I haven't even banished you, and you actually dare to quit. You even said that my guild is inferior to a trashy guild that has been at the bottom for thousands of years. Germain walked towards Xuanai step by step, looking at her with eyes full of ruthlessness and even a trace of murderous intent. Who gave you the guts to do that? Huh? As Germain approached, the pressure immediately affected Xuanai's body bit by bit. In response, Xuanai only stared at Germain, took a deep breath, and a resolute expression appeared in her eyes. No matter what, I've already decided to quit, Saber-Tooth. You're no longer my guild leader. If you plan to make a move on me, then I'll definitely retaliate. As she said this, Xuanai stretched out her hands, holding 2 resplendent golden keys in her hands, and her body also surged with magical energy. Seeing that Xuanai was actually planning to retaliate against Germain, the magic shooters of Saber-Tooth all looked at Xuanai with pity. That high mage star spirit was absolutely insane. Regardless of whether Xuanai could defeat Germain, even if she could, Xuanai would not be able to leave this hotel. This was because Germain was not the only one in the inn. All the sorcerers from Saber-Tooth were there as well. Even if Xuanai was very strong and had once fought for the right to appear in the Great Demon Battle exhibition, she had defeated everyone except for Sting, Logue, Lucius, Alyaga, and Maniba. But with Sting, Logue, Lucius, and Alyaga present, Xuanai had absolutely no chance of winning. This girl was undoubtedly looking for death. Even Germain was so angry that he laughed. Counterattack? A mere piece of trash actually wants to counterattack against me? Then let me see to what extent you can counterattack. Germain's body suddenly tensed up. Xuanai, who sensed that it was the precursor to an attack, also tightened her grip on the magic star key. Just as Xuanai was about to fight against the entire Saber-Tooth, an accident happened. Dong! Along with the sound of an explosion, the door of the hall suddenly burst open. A burst of flames and impact blew the entire heavy door away. What? What happened? The group of Saber-Tooth's magic shooters turned pale with fright. They hurriedly separated and gathered on both sides, away from the direction of the door. What's wrong? Sting, Logue, Lucifer, and Alyaga all looked at the door in surprise. Germaine raised her head and looked over with a fierce expression. Xuan, who was ready to fight a bloody battle, subconsciously turned her head and looked in the direction of the door that had exploded. In the next moment, the sound of footsteps slowly sounded from the explosion. Whoosh! It was as if a gust of wind suddenly blew through the entire inn, mixed with some magic power, and blew away the explosion and smoke that pervaded the air at the door. A foot suddenly stepped on a piece of debris left behind by the explosion of the door. Under the watchful eyes of all the magic shooters from Saber-Tooth, the figure gradually walked in. When the appearance of the intruder was revealed in front of everyone's eyes, everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. You! Justin, Logue, Lucius and Alyaga all took a step back with a shocked expression. Among the people present, only Xuan looked at the person who walked in from the door and couldn't help but cover her mouth. Her eyes, which had not wavered until now, were now filled with waves of emotions. Then, Xuan called out in excitement and disbelief. Lord Noah. The person who had come was Noah. Stepping on the debris of the door, Noah walked into the gathering place of Saber-Tooth. His gaze was directed directly at Germaine, and a cold light flashed in his deep, dark eyes. Early in the day, Noah had guessed that with Germaine's arrogant, conceited, and ruthless character, it was impossible for him to let go of Xuan's defeat. He would definitely make things difficult for Xuan, and even expel her from the guild. For this reason, Noah directly followed him and hid in the dark, observing the development here. In the end, Noah still underestimated Germaine. I originally thought that being expelled from the guild after one defeat was ridiculous enough. I didn't expect that there would be a guild leader who wouldn't allow a member to leave the guild and would even attack a member who wishes to leave the guild. Noah directly ignored the surrounding magic shooters who had a shocked expression and walked straight in the direction of Germaine. His gaze was like an arrow shooting at Germaine, carrying no emotion in it. As expected, shouldn't we place too much hope on small fries? His emotionless words finally woke everyone up from their stupor. Damn it! Cold sweat broke out on Sting's forehead. How did he come here? Rogue, Lucius, and Alyaga also clenched their fists, but their palms were wet, and their hearts were trembling. For Sting and the others who had witnessed the power Noah displayed during the day, Noah was simply the most terrifying existence in the world. Therefore, including the other members, everyone's hearts trembled at this moment, and they continuously retreated, wishing that they could get as far away from Noah as possible. On the contrary, Germaine, who did not go to the Great Demon battle drill to watch the battle today, looked at Noah who was slowly walking towards him, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Who are you? Hearing this, Noah smiled indifferently, but there was no smile in his eyes. An insignificant member of the so-called trashy guild that you speak of. After saying this, Noah gently raised one of his hands. Clank! Accompanied by a wave of mana, like electric wires, magic patterns extended from Noah's raised arm. During this process, Noah did not stop walking, and continued walking towards Germaine. I see, you're that Noah Dole. Germaine ignored Noah's approach, and coldly said. You actually dare to intrude into the headquarters of my army, how bold. No wonder this piece of trash who worships you dares to resist me. Very well, let me trample you under my feet, and clearly tell this defeated piece of trash what the consequences of disobeying me are. Germaine walked past Xuan, who had yet to react, and walked towards Noah. Don't you have a godly blade that can even cut stars? Show it to me. Germaine could no longer say the rest of his words. Bang! In the midst of an explosion, Noah's figure suddenly turned into a bullet, and violently shot in front of Germaine. Chapter 1690. Bang! In that instant, before anyone could react, the ground was stomped into pieces. Noah, who had turned into a bullet, streaked across the air and arrived in front of Jermaine. A pair of cold eyes were imprinted in Jermaine's eyes, causing Jermaine's expression to change drastically. Whoosh! His fist, which was covered with magic veins that looked like electric wires, suddenly blasted out. With a shocking whistling sound, the air trembled as it heavily bombarded Jermaine's chest. Bang! In the muffled explosion, the terrifying blow that was enough to split mountains directly blasted Jermaine into the ground. Dong! The shocking force suddenly acted on the ground, causing the ground of the entire hotel to sink abruptly. It was as if the ground had collapsed, layer by layer. Suddenly, the entire ground seemed to have been hit by a meteorite, causing a huge crater to appear. The shocking impact and smoke caused cracks to spread out along the ground like a spider web. Ah! The group of saber-tooth magic shooters let out sorrowful cries as they swayed from side to side amidst the violent shaking. They fell down in disarray, looking extremely miserable. Many of them were even directly blown away by the shocking impact. One by one, they hit the wall and spat out all the air in their lungs. Their heads tilted to one side, and they fainted. Even Sting, Rog, Lucius, and Alyaga were caught off guard by the sudden impact and vibration. They tried their best to stabilize their bodies, and their faces were full of horror. As for Xuanai, she seemed to be protected by something in the dark, and was not affected by the aftermath. She was only startled by the thick smoke and dust that blew away. She hurriedly raised her hands to block in front of her body, blocking the sand and gravel that were flying towards her face. When the impact and the thick smoke and dust finally subsided, the group of saber-tooth magic shooters in the spacious hall of the hotel had already fallen to the ground. They were lying on the ground one by one, softly moaning in pain. These people were not violently blown away, smashed onto the ground, or hit by the gravel that shot out like bullets, causing them to suffer varying degrees of injuries. In the end, there were only 5 people who were able to remain unscathed. They were Sting, Rog, Lucius, Alyaga, and Xuanai. The 5 of them slowly raised their heads from the arms in front of them, and looked forward with lingering fear. The only scene in front of them was a deep collapsed crater. And in the crater, Jermaine, who had been punched into the ground by Noah. Jermaine, who was deeply embedded in the ground, violently spat out a mouthful of blood, drenching his face and chest. In front of Jermaine, Noah turned around and swung his smoking fist forcefully. The magic patterns that spread over it like electric wires immediately dissipated. Then, Noah's sarcastic voice rang out. "I don't need to use my heavenly sword of salvation to deal with scum like you, who doesn't know what's good for him, who doesn't know what's good for him, who thinks he's so great. One punch is enough." This sentence caused Jermaine's eyes to widen, and the rage and grievance in his heart surged up in an instant. In the end, in the unimaginable humiliation and rage, Jermaine violently spat out another mouthful of blood. His head tilted to the side, and he also fainted. The entire hall suddenly fell silent. You. Sting, Rog, Lucius, and Alyaga looked at Noah with eyes full of fear. Noah glanced at Sting and the others and said indifferently, "Don't worry, I won't touch you. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. You are all contestants participating in the Great Demon Combat Drill. If I hurt you in private, it might be considered as a violation of the rules and directly disqualification. So, you can rest assured." Hearing this, how could Sting and the others still not understand? In the entire saber-tooth, only the 4 of them did not suffer any injuries. It was not their luck, but Noah's intention. At this moment, the 4 of them looked at Noah with even more fear in their eyes. Ignoring the fearful gazes of Sting, Rog, Lucius, and Alyaga, as well as the archmages of Saber-Tooth, lying on the ground and wailing incessantly, Noah turned around and looked at Xuanai. At this moment, Xuanai seemed to have not reacted to the sudden development of the situation, and her face was blank. Seeing Xuanai like this, Noah could not help but smile, and extended a hand towards Xuanai's direction. Seeing Noah extend his hand towards her, Xuanai could not help but be startled. To this, Noah only looked straight into Xuanai's eyes and said this. What? Don't you plan to go back with me? Go back. Xuanai repeated as if she had lost her mind. Yes. Noah smiled and said so. Go back to our fairy tale. Xuanai's eyes immediately lit up. Then, as if she was a little timid, she slowly extended her hand and put her hand in Noah's. Noah tightened his grip on Xuanai's hand, and with a faint smile on his face, he held the hand of this young girl who had yearned for him for 7 years, turned around, and walked towards the door, leaving the scene. Only Sting, Logue, Lucifer, and Alyaga were left. They looked at the sorcerers of the saber-tooth lying on the ground, wailing incessantly. Then, they looked at Germain, who was embedded in the ground, covered in blood, and passed out. They fell into silence. It was only at this moment that the 4 of them realized how childish their thoughts were in the past. The strongest guild in the Fiori Kingdom. The trashy guild that had been at the bottom for 10,000 years. These 2 concepts, because of the existence of one person, were completely overturned. The former was completely defeated with a casual punch from him. As long as the latter was with him, no matter how trashy, who could look down on them? Just like what Xuanai said. No matter how strong Saber-Tooth was, as long as Noah was in the guild, they would not be able to compare. Fairy tale. Just what kind of guild could attract such a frightening existence to protect it? How could that person be so strong? Could they really win against that person and keep their title as the strongest guild in the Fiori Kingdom? If they couldn't, wouldn't they be chased out one by Germain? At this moment, an unprecedented sense of loss attacked Sting, Rogue, Lucius, and Alyaga. At this moment, a somewhat flirtatious voice sounded. It seems that someone has caused a huge ruckus. Sting and the others were shocked and quickly turned their heads to look at the source of the voice. They saw that beside Germain, who was covered in blood, a woman wearing a cheongsam was looking around, her eyes full of sarcasm. The strongest guild was actually taken down by one person. Fortunately, no one found out yet. Otherwise, the entire Fiori Kingdom would laugh at us tomorrow, right? Looking at the woman who suddenly appeared without any warning, Sting and the others exclaimed in surprise. Miss? Surprisingly, it was Maniba. Ignoring Sting and the others, Maniba lowered her head and looked at Germain, who was covered in blood, and fainted. A touch of disdain and sarcasm appeared on her face. This is the result of the Reign of Terror. What a joke, father. Sting and the others glanced at each other, then moved towards Maniba in unison. Young miss, Lucifer inquired. Now, what should we do? It's just that someone is looking for trouble. As the contestants, you just need to continue the competition. Maniba sneered. But, I didn't expect Xuanai to betray us. Let me take her place. The others could only nod. Chapter 1691. Ahem, in Fairy Tales in front of all the members, Noah coughed and said. Well, that's how it is. From today onwards, Xuanai will officially be a member of our guild. Hearing this, the group of Fairy Tales magic shooters first looked at each other in dismay, then turned their heads and looked at Noah's side. There, Xuanai no longer had the straightforwardness and strength that she showed before. Her delicate face carried traces of nervousness. Under everyone's gaze, she bent down and bowed deeply. I am the newcomer, Xuanai Argilia. Please give me some pointers. At this time, Xuanai's heart was filled with nervousness and apprehension. Because, after bringing Xuanai here, Noah did not give any explanation at all. He just directly told the members of Fairy Tale that from today onwards, Xuanai would be a member of the guild, and that was it. In other words, almost everyone present did not know why Noah suddenly brought Xuanai back, and brought the magic shooter of Saber-Tooth who had beaten Fairy Tale so badly yesterday into the guild. So, how could Xuanai not be nervous? After all, Xuanai had publicly tried to poach Noah from the guild in front of everyone in Fairy Tale several times. She had also repeatedly said that Fairy Tale was not as good as Saber-Tooth. Even today and yesterday, she still represented Saber-Tooth in the competition. Bringing such a person into the guild without any explanation, and even allowing him to join the guild, who wouldn't be the first to criticize him? At least, that was what Xuanai thought. Unfortunately, in the next moment, Xuanai was completely dumbfounded. She saw a group of fairy tales magic shooters suddenly gathered around Xuanai, surrounding this young girl, and began to make a ruckus. Oh. There's actually a new member. And such a cute girl. How many years has it been since a new member joined our guild? This is great. Hey, can I call you Kuno-chan? If you don't say anything, I'll take it as a yes. The noise and enthusiasm from the surroundings made Xuanai, who was full of uneasiness, panic. She paced back and forth, not knowing what to do. At this moment, Lisanna suddenly squeezed through the crowd and forcefully separated the crowd around Snow Nai. She scolded in a rather angry tone. I'm talking about you. Don't scare her. Mira also stepped forward and arrived in front of Snow, revealing a gentle and sweet smile. Welcome to Fairy Tale. I'm Mira. Can I just call you Xuanai? Snowy nodded subconsciously. Clearly, she hadn't recovered from the enthusiasm of the guild members. What's wrong? Are you scared? Mira looked at Snow worriedly. I'm really sorry. Everyone was just too happy. It's been a long time since a new member joined our guild. Please don't mind. Yeah, Lisanna said with a sigh. Although it has only been a few months for us, for our companions in the guild, it has been 7 years since the last time we joined. For the past 7 years, only members have left the guild. There has never been a new member. That's why everyone is so happy. I don't mind. Please don't worry, Snow shook her head and said softly after hesitating for a moment. But, is it really okay for me to join just like that? What's wrong? Asked Alyssa, who had appeared out of nowhere. Could it be that there's something wrong? No, there's nothing like that, Snow stammered. It's just that before this, I've said some very rude things to everyone. What? So you're referring to that kind of thing? Naz said casually. We've long forgotten about that kind of thing. Love. Habby flew in the air and raised his hand. Because Naz is an idiot. Well said, I agree with that. Gray folded his arms and nodded while glancing at Snow. But, you're really strong. I couldn't fight back against you in yesterday's battle. If there's a chance, I'll definitely find you for revenge. The meaning of revenge is not to make things difficult for Miss Xuanai, but to compete with you. Wendy hurriedly explained. So, please don't worry about being ostracized. We're all very good people. We'll definitely get along well with Miss Snow. If it's a competition, then fight it out with me when the time comes. Naz immediately shouted loudly. Then, he seemed to remember something and glared at Gray. Hey! That naked pervert over there. You just scolded me, didn't you? Huh? Gray glared back, unwilling to be outdone. When did I scold you? You still want to lie to me? Undoubtedly, you just scolded me. You called me a pervert. Naz, is there something wrong with your head? Undoubtedly, the person who scolded you is hubby. And you're the one who scolded me as a pervert. Gray, how could hubby scold me? He's a cat. Naz, what's so strange about a talking cat scolding people? And it's not the first time you've been scolded. Idiot. Gray, what did you say? Droop your eyes. Naz, I said you're an idiot. Hang your eyes. Gray, do you want to fight? Pervert. Naz, just what I want. Bring it on. Idiot. Gray, so, without any hesitation, Naz and Gray rolled into a ball and fought with each other. The surrounding tables were smashed into pieces and the debris flew everywhere. All of a sudden, the surrounding people were swept into it, and they started to panic. Whoa! What are you doing? Go outside to fight. You two idiots. Everything was smashed by you. My wine. My meat. Naz. Gray. Compensate me. Everyone was angry. One by one, they all joined in and wrestled with Naz and Gray. Suddenly, the entire bar of the hotel was in chaos. Tables, plates of food, and glasses of wine were all smashed and spilled all over the floor. At that moment, Elisha stood up and shouted righteously. Stop what you're doing. As soon as she said that, a plate of dishes flew directly over. Pa-dash. With a crisp sound, the plate smashed directly on Elisha's face, causing the sauce to splash on Elisha's face. The entire hotel suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked in Elisha's direction with a look of horror. Then, Elisha reached out and pulled the plate off her face. She opened her eyes with the sauce all over her face. Her delicate face was completely filled with rage. You idiots! With a roar, Elisha held 2 knight swords and charged over. Everyone cried out in alarm. Not long after, the cries of alarm turned into screams, causing the whole scene to become a mess. Era. Mira held one side of her face, her smile still gentle. It's like this again. Really, even Elisha joined in. Lisanna complained. What about the compensation? Ahahaha. Lucy laughed dryly. I can already imagine what kind of expression the president will have when he comes back. Wah. Wendy was at a loss. What? What should we do? Xia Lulu turned her head away. What a bunch of idiots. Looking at Naz, Gray, and Elisha's group who were in a mess, then looking at Mira and the others who were used to it, Xuanai raised a hand and clenched it in front of her, muttering in disbelief. Is this the fairy tale? Xuanai didn't notice. At this moment, a smile unconsciously appeared on her face. Noah, who had been observing Xuanai from the side, saw this scene and smiled without leaving a trace. Chapter 1692. In a room of the fairy tale hotel, Xuanai's clothes were completely removed, and her delicate body was completely exposed to the air. Oh, looking at Xuanai's naked body, Mira, Lisanna, and Lucy all exclaimed in surprise. Because Xuanai's figure was quite good. Her skin was as white as a pearl, and looked very soft and elastic. The curves of her body were bent in an extremely perfect and seductive way, which could be said to be the golden ratio. In addition to her full upper circumference, perky buttocks, and smooth and slender thighs, even to Mira, Lisanna, and Lucy, who were also women, she was quite attractive. The girl in front of them was definitely a femme fatale. If a man saw this body, there was a 99% chance that he would lose his rationality, right? Under the gaze of Mira, Lisanna, and Lucy, Xuanai's face was slightly red as she hugged her chest and said shyly. Please. Please don't look at me like that. Sorry. Lucy put her palms together and said embarrassedly. It's just that Xuanai's figure is too good. Even we were stunned when we saw it. That's right. Lisanna puffed up her cheeks in a fit of pique. Her figure looks even better than mine. How enviable. There's no such thing. Xuanai hurriedly denied. I think that Lady Lisanna's figure is also very good. Is that really so? Lisanna touched her lower abdomen. But I still want to be slimmer. Otherwise, after the Great Demon Battle exhibition, I won't look good in the wedding dress. Wedding dress? Xuanai was slightly startled. Then, she thought of something important and came to a realization. I remember that Lady Mira and Lady Lisanna are already engaged to Lord Noah, right? That's right. Lucy said with a smile. Moreover, after the Great Demon Battle exhibition, the 3 of them are planning to get married. Xuanai looked at Mira and Lisanna in surprise. Really? Is it really too sudden? Mira smiled embarrassedly. However, for Xuanai, our engagement with Noah was already 7 years ago. It's already too late to get married now. That's right, she said with a hint of longing in her eyes. I've always wanted to be Big Brother Noah's bride, and now I can finally fulfill my wish. Seeing the traces of happiness on the faces of Mira and Lisanna, Xuanai knew how much they liked Noah. Xuanai's heart was filled with envy. He was envious of two things. First, Mira and Lisanna had found their own happiness, and the other party was Noah. Secondly, Mila and Lisanna's feelings for Noah were very deep. After all, Noah was similarly the target of Xuanai's yearning. The so-called longing was very easy to appear together with love. So, logically speaking, it wouldn't be strange for Xuanai to feel jealous and resentful toward Mira and Lisanna. However, at this moment, Xuanai's heart didn't have any jealousy or resentment, only envy. She envied Mira and Lisanna for being able to accompany Noah for the rest of their lives. She envied the sisters for being able to openly express their love for Noah. Xuanai looked strong, but in reality, she was a weak and self-abased girl. Thus, in Xuanai's opinion, someone of low birth like her didn't have the right to be with Noah. To be able to stay in the same guild as Noah and see him every day, Xuanai was already very satisfied. What's more, Fairy Tale was an incredible guild. This was the first time in 7 years that Xuanai felt a sense of belonging and happiness. Although the time was very short, compared to a cruel and cold guild like Saber-Tooth, Xuanai unsurprisingly fell in love with Fairy Tale, a guild full of joy. Due to her low birth and low self-esteem, Xuanai was actually a very easy person to satisfy. To be able to join such a good guild and see the person she yearned for every day, Xuanai was very satisfied. Perhaps seeing the envy in Xuanai's heart, Mira held Xuanai's hand and said mischievously. Speaking of which, Xuanai seems to like Noah very much. Why don't you come with us and become Noah's bride? Lucy was taken aback. Clearly, she did not expect Mila to suddenly say such a thing. Become Lord Noah's bride? Xuanai was also shocked. Her pretty face flushed red as she resisted the temptation in her heart and shook her head vigorously. How can that be? A person like me isn't worthy of Lord Noah. You can't say that. Mira tapped Xuanai's cheek reproachfully. Xuanai is a very outstanding girl. She's so cute, and as a sorcerer, she's also very outstanding. There's no reason why she's not worthy of someone. That's right, Lisanna said in a mischievous manner. Moreover, even if you don't want to, Brother Noah might just eat you up. Eat? Lucy's face also flushed red. Clearly, she was starting to let her imagination run wild. There's no such thing. Xuanai shook her head repeatedly. Lord Noah isn't that kind of person. Unfortunately, Lisanna said to Xuanai's words with a hidden meaning. Indeed, Brother Noah is a very proper person. His usual behavior is almost full marks. Regardless of whether it's a girl or a child, he's very gentle. He's not the kind of person who would casually attack a girl. However, Brother Noah is also a very decisive person. If he thinks that it's necessary, he definitely won't shrink back at the last minute. Lisanna changed the topic and said angrily. Xuanai, if you took the initiative to seduce Brother Noah, he definitely wouldn't mind eating you up. Xuanai's face was completely red as she spoke in a mosquito-like voice. There's no such thing. What Lisanna said is probably true. Mira smiled helplessly. Perhaps, in places that we don't know, Noah has attacked other girls before. Not perhaps, Lisanna corrected. Of course there is. If Noah was there, he would definitely feel ashamed. That was because all those guesses had hit the nail on the head. Well, although Noah is a perfect person in all aspects, he's still a man after all. Lucy smiled awkwardly as she tried to smooth things over. Even if he's a bit of a playboy, it's nothing strange, right? You can't speak up for him like that, Lucy. Lisanna pouted. You can't be a playboy. We'll get jealous too. Undoubtedly, we'll get jealous, but we can't really get angry at him. Mira smiled. After all, if we really get angry at him for being a playboy, Lisanna and I won't be able to obtain happiness together. Yeah, Lisanna said in annoyance. It's really too easy for him. The few young ladies immediately looked at each other. Soon after, they all burst out laughing. All right, it's time to get down to business. Mira held a seal in her hand and came in front of the naked Xuanai. She squatted down, looked at her side abdomen, and gently stroked a coat of arms on it. That was the gilt coat of arms of Sabertooth. The reason why Xuanai was stripped naked was because of this coat of arms. Looking at this coat of arms, Mira raised her head, looked at Xuanai, and smiled slightly. Just cover this coat of arms, right? Yes. Xuanai nodded without any hesitation. Sorry to trouble you, Master Mira. Mira nodded with a smile, raised the seal in her hand, and stamped it on top of it. In the next moment, a pure white fairy coat of arms covered the previous saber-tooth coat of arms, and appeared on Xuanai's side abdomen. At this point, Xuanai officially became a member of Fairy Tale. Stroking the pure white coat of arms on her body, Xuanai smiled from the bottom of her heart. This will do. Mira stood up, and held Xuanai's hand. Let's go, Noah is still waiting for you. Only then did Xuanai react, and nodded her head. Chapter 1693. At the same time, in the hall outside the room where Mira, Lisanna, Xuanai, and Lucy were staying, Noah was sitting in front of a sofa with a box in his hand. Looking at the box in his hand, Noah smiled helplessly. I didn't expect that I would only remember their existence now. Fortunately, I didn't directly forget about it. Otherwise, it would be a bit of a waste. The things in the box had indeed been forgotten by Noah for quite some time. Looking at the time in the outside world, the things in the box had been left unused by Noah for more than 7 years. It was only today that Noah remembered it and asked Makarov to go back to Magnolia to find the box in his room and bring it here. With them, I think that Xuanai's strength should be a level higher, right? Noah intended to give the things in the box to Xuanai. Consider it as making up for the suffering that girl has suffered in the past 7 years. This was Noah's idea. After all, Noah had to bear part of the responsibility for Xuanai's unhappy 7 years. Moreover, Xuanai had already joined Fairy Tale and was already one of Noah's important companions. In addition, the person who led Xuanai into Fairy Tale was Noah, and even the person who made Xuanai a magic shooter and a star elf archmage was Noah. It was reasonable for Noah to give the things in the box to Xuanai. Just as Noah was thinking about this, a burst of sweet laughter and panicked voices came from the room, attracting Noah's attention. Then, Noah heard such a conversation. Wait! Wait! Lady Mira! Lady Lisanna! Xuanai, what's wrong? Don't you have to hurry up and go out? Big brother Noah is still waiting for you. Lisanna, but I'm like this now. Xuanai, it's okay, Xuanai is so cute, Noah will definitely like you. Mira, alright, hurry up and get out. Lucy, wait a minute. You know, when that panicked voice sounded, the door was opened and Xuanai was pushed out by several hands. When the panic-stricken Xuanai was pushed out, the door was immediately closed, leaving Xuanai alone in front of the door, not knowing what to do. Looking at Xuanai standing in front of the door, Noah's breath slightly stagnated. This was because right now, Xuanai was only wearing a thin shirt that was extremely transparent. One could even clearly see the skin underneath. Other than a thin shirt, Snow didn't seem to be wearing anything else, revealing a pair of smooth, white, and slender thighs. That seductive outfit was simply challenging the limits of a man's rationality. At the very least, Noah's mouth was slightly agape. He couldn't react in time. Lord Noah. Xuanai tried to push the door, but in the end, she couldn't enter. She could only resist Noah's gaze and protect her body with both hands. She spoke softly as if she was about to cry. Please don't look at me like this. Hearing this, Noah finally reacted and quickly retracted his gaze. He secretly cried out in his heart. This must be Mira and Lisanna's prank. Looking at Noah's awkward expression, Xuanai's pretty face was also slightly red. She didn't know how to react at all. Seeing this, Noah could only laugh bitterly. Alright, don't stand there. Come and sit down. Xuanai hesitated for a moment, then walked lightly to the front of Noah and sat down. Her hands were tightly pressed against the hem of her shirt in an attempt to cover some places that shouldn't be seen. However, Xuanai didn't notice that this way, her collar loosened instead. Noah, who inadvertently caught a glimpse of her alluring skin, smiled even more bitterly. However, he didn't remind her to avoid making the atmosphere even more awkward. Then, Noah looked at Xuanai and said, "Actually, I have something to give to you." Something? Xuanai's attention was successfully diverted. Noah didn't say anything. He only placed the box in his hand on the table in front of them and opened it. In the next moment, the item in the box was revealed. Inside, there were actually 3 resplendent keys that were as bright as gold. Obviously, they were the star elemental keys of the 12 zodiac gates. This is... Xuanai looked at Noah in shock and spoke with uncertainty. For me? That's right. Noah nodded. The 3 keys are the Aries, Gemini and Scorpio constellations of the 12 zodiac gates. Now, they belong to you. How? How can I? Xuanai hurriedly shook her head. The star elemental keys that belong to the 12 zodiac gates are very expensive magic tools. I can't accept it. Just accept it. Noah comforted the somewhat flustered Xuanai and smiled. No matter how expensive something is, it is only valuable when it is put to use. I'm not a star elemental mage. It's a waste to leave these 3 keys with me. Giving them to someone useful will show their value. In that case, they should be given to Lady Lucy. Xuanai lowered her head. I'm just a newcomer who just joined the guild. I can't accept such expensive things. I initially wanted to give them to Lucy, but unfortunately, I forgot. Noah scratched his cheek. Moreover, Lucy already has 7 keys to the 12 zodiac gates. You only have 2 keys to the 12 zodiac gates. If I give them to you, they should be of more use. Lady Lucy already has 7 keys to the 12 zodiac gates. Xuanai was surprised and looked at the 3 golden keys on the table. Doesn't that mean that with the 3 keys here and the 2 keys in my hands, the 12 keys to the 12 zodiac gates are all gathered here? That's right. Noah said. So, don't decline and accept it. The star elemental keys of Aries, Gemini and Scorpio were all plundered by Noah from Angel of the 6 demon generals. Oration cease. Later, Angel did not get the key back from Noah. After Noah let her go, she left. Originally, Noah wanted to give these 3 keys to Lucy for her to use. Who would have thought that he would actually forget about it and leave the 3 keys behind until now? After understanding this, Xuanai was still somewhat hesitant. In desperation, Noah could only use his trump card. What? You don't like what I gave you? No. It's not like that. Xuanai stood up, more or less agitated. Definitely not like that. The overly agitated Xuanai did not notice. Because of the large movement, all kinds of terrible scenery started to be exposed from the thin shirt, causing Noah to be dumbfounded. He could only hurriedly speak. Then accept it properly. Who knows, you might need it tomorrow. Tomorrow? Xuanai was stunned. Yes, tomorrow. Noah nodded. Because the competition today was too intense, Gadula used up a lot of energy, so, I want to let him rest for a day, and let you fight as a substitute member of Team B. Wah. What? Xuanai was really surprised. But, without giving Xuanai a chance to reject, Noah said directly. Now, in the guild, other than the participants of Team A and Team B, you are the strongest. Don't you want to represent the guild in the competition? But... Xuanai said as if she could not let go. I'm just a newbie, to us, there's no difference between new and old. Noah looked straight at Xuanai and said word by word. As long as it's a guild, then you are our comrade. We will fight for our comrades who have waited bitterly for us for 7 years, and win the victory of the Great Demon Battle Arts Exhibition. I also hope that you will contribute your strength for your comrades. This sentence pierced deeply into Xuanai's heart. For comrades. Xuanai muttered. For comrades, Noah nodded, picked up the 3 keys, and handed it to Xuanai. Xuanai looked at the 3 keys, and after a while, she took a deep breath, stretched out her hand, and held them tightly. Noah then smiled. Chapter 1694. Thus, the next day, Noah immediately announced to the members of Fairy Tale that Xuanai would take Gadgelu's place today. As for Gadgelu, he would stay in the hotel to rest. Regarding this, Gadgelu was extremely unwilling, but in the end, he couldn't go against everyone's opinion. He could only lie on the bed with a sullen expression, refusing to make a sound, just like a child throwing a tantrum. Because of this, Elisha also made a last-minute decision to let Naz rest in the hotel, and let Elfman appear as a substitute member of Team A. Naturally, Naz also resisted with all his might, making more noise than Gadgelu, but in the end, he was knocked down by Elisha with a single punch, and became completely silent. Just like that, a group of Fairy Tale magic shooters arrived at the dome, and just like yesterday, they were divided into the contestant group and the spectator group, entering the venue from 2 different paths. Perhaps it was because enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road, but today, Noah's group also met a certain degree of archenemy. Sabertooth's group, who had just entered the passageway for the contestants, immediately stopped in their tracks when they saw Fairy Tale's group. Their expressions turned solemn. This was especially so for Sting, Logue, Lucius, and Alyaga. When they saw Noah walking at the head of the group, not only did their faces darken, there was even a hint of fear in their eyes. Under such circumstances, Noah noticed another person. A girl who was leading Sting, Logue, Lucius, and Alyaga's group. She was obviously the leader of the group, and was dressed in a somewhat flamboyant manner. Seeing this girl, Xuanai cried out in surprise. Miss Xuanai. Maniba turned her gaze and cast it on Xuanai, and a smile that reminded people of a poisonous snake appeared on her face. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a few days, you would actually betray us. Xuanai, this choice of yours is not very wise. No. The surprise on Xuanai's face slowly disappeared, and was replaced by her usual unswerving determination. I think this is the best choice I have made in my life. Oh. Maniba obviously didn't expect Xuanai to refute her like this. She was a little surprised and sneered. You've changed a little, although these changes are a little stupid. Xuanai ignored Maniba's mockery and looked straight at her. Today, I will be a substitute member of Fairy Tale B. If I have the chance to go on stage, I won't lose. Mississippi. Hearing this, Maniba's face sank. That was to be expected. Until yesterday, Xuanai was still a member of Sabertooth. After losing to Noah in yesterday's match, she joined Fairy Tale today and entered the competition as a member of Fairy Tale. If that happened, what would others think? Others would definitely think so. Looks like that contestant called Yuanai thinks that with the strength of Sabertooth, there's no way to beat Fairy Tale. That's why she joined Fairy Tale, right? Although people with discerning eyes would definitely be able to see some clues, but people are creatures that subconsciously believe what they see as reality, so there will definitely be many people who think so. If that was the case, then the reputation of Sabertooth would be completely ruined. So that's how it is. Maniba turned to look at Noah and said sarcastically. As expected of Fairy Tale, what a good move. Maniba thought that Noah deliberately let Xuanai go on stage to create this situation. Noah didn't want to explain. He just met Maniba's gaze and smiled. Your guild leader of Sabertooth originally planned to expel Xuanai from the guild. Since that is the case, who do you think should be blamed for this situation? Father is indeed too impulsive and arrogant. Maniba shrugged and smiled. But, this is how our strongest guild does things. Hearing Maniba's words, Noah raised his eyebrows, took a step forward, leaned in front of Maniba, and said softly. So, Your so-called title as the strongest guild won't last long. Meniba's flirtatious smile suddenly froze. After leaving this sentence, Noah glanced at Sting, Roger, Lucifer, and Alyaga. Under the four people's fearful gazes, he lightly said to his companions, "Okay, let's go in." With that, Noah led the crowd into the venue. Meniba's eyes flickered as she stared at Noah's receding figure. Looking at Meniba, Sting asked tentatively, "Young miss?" "I'm fine." Meniba took a deep breath and said seriously, "Is he Noah Dole?" She asked. "It is indeed quite difficult to deal with. This man is too powerful," Lucifer said in a low voice. "If we don't have a way to deal with him, I think it will be very difficult for us to win." "Don't worry. I have as many ways to deal with a man as I want." Meniba smiled coldly. After all, an individual with great strength can become the best soldier and the best general. However, if one wants to become the best king, strength alone is not enough. "I'll show him." Meniba licked her lips, her eyes shining with a vicious light. "It's a battle style that belongs to kings." "Oh!" The loud cheers seemed to never stop. With the enthusiasm of the audience, they constantly reverberated in the air above the venue. Today, the dome, flattened bird was still full. The audience was everywhere, and it was very lively. Taking a closer look, there were actually people in the audience who started to raise the banner of Fairy Tale, cheering for Fairy Tale. Under such circumstances, on the platform, Chapati raised the microphone and expanded his voice to the entire venue. "Ladies and gentlemen, now, it is finally the third day of our Great Demon Battle Arts competition. Today, what kind of wonderful performances will the 8 participating teams bring us? Even I, Chapati Laura, am looking forward to it." Along with Chapati's voice, a projection magic crystal unfolded in the air above the venue, reflecting the current rankings of the 8 participating teams. Among them, Team A and Team B, which belonged to Fairy Tale, firmly occupied the first place. The audience holding the flag of Fairy Tale and cheering for Fairy Tale collectively cheered. As we can see, currently, the 2 teams of Fairy Tale occupy the first and second place respectively. However, the difference in points between them and the other teams is not very big. It is entirely possible that they will be overtaken. After today, what kind of changes will occur in the rankings of the major guilds? Let's wait and see. Then, let's begin the third day of the Great Demon Battle Arts Competition Demon Subduing Hall. Chapati began to announce. "Every team, please send a contestant to participate in the competition of Demon Subduing Hall." Noah looked at the projection magic crystal in the center of the venue and fell into deep thought. "What? You don't know who to send?" Laxus asked. "If it's necessary, it's not a problem to send me." Mira, Snow, and Julian all looked at Noah. Under the gazes of his companions, Noah raised his head and spoke calmly. "No. Let me go." Chapter 1695. You? Mira, Yukino, Jubian, and Laxus all looked at Noah in surprise. Noah nodded under everyone's gaze. "In yesterday's competition, our Team A and B didn't get many points. Although we barely managed to stay at the top of the leaderboard because of the duels, it's just like what the report said. The gap between us and the other teams isn't that big. We could be overtaken at any time. So, I'll be the one in today's competition." Hearing this, Mira, Jubian, and Laxus fell into deep thought. "That," Yukino said guiltily. "I'm really sorry. It's all my fault." Obviously, Yukino was concerned about Noah's words. After all, on the first day of the competition, Yukino was the one who defeated both teams. At that time, you weren't a member of our guild. Naturally, you had to do your best to get points for your guild. So, don't feel guilty about it." Noah patted Yukino's shoulder and walked past everyone into the competition venue. "Then, I'll be right back. Be careful." Mira reminded him. "Don't do anything rash." Noah raised a hand, indicating that they didn't need to worry. Then, he walked into the venue. At the same time, the other teams also decided on their candidates. Good. Every team has decided on their contestants. Chapati reported loudly. Let's see what kind of contestants the 8 teams sent out. Raven Tail has sent out contestant Obra. Sabertooth sent out contestant Alyaga. Mermaid Heel has sent out contestant Miliana. Blue Pegasus has sent out a loud contestant. Lamia Scale sent out contestant Kara. Cotter Cerberus sent out contestant Nobali. Fairy Tail A has sent out contestant Alusha. Finally, the player that Fairy Tail B sent out is actually player Noah. Chapati couldn't help but raise his voice. Could it be that we're lucky enough to see that kind of terrifying power that's beyond the scope of human beings today? The audience suddenly burst into cheers. Clearly, the power that Noah had displayed yesterday was still vivid in the minds of those who had witnessed it with their own eyes. That kind of power that did not seem to belong to humans, would he be lucky enough to witness it again today? Everyone was looking forward to it, but they were also uneasy. At the same time, they felt extremely excited. Thus, flags with the emblem of Fairy Tail were continuously raised in the audience seats. There were even couplets painted with eye-catching paint. And the words marked on the horizontal couplet were a name. Noah Dole. Seeing this scene, Noah didn't know what kind of expression to make. He could only helplessly smile. Elusha, who had unknowingly appeared beside Noah, also smiled and said, "It seems that after yesterday, many people have become your fans." "I can see that." Noah shrugged. "I hope that this popularity will bring a lot of commissions and business to our guild in the future." Elusha couldn't help but laugh. The 8 contestants immediately gathered in the middle of the venue. Then, Jola took a step forward and looked at Noah with an unyielding smile on his rock-like face. "I can fight with you again. I hope that in the arena, I can at least take back some ground from you." It was clear that yesterday, Noah had easily defeated Jola with less than 1% of his power. Jola's speech didn't suffer a blow to this St. Magus. It was better to say that after understanding the gap between him and Noah, Jola was like a young man who didn't want to admit defeat. "I won't lose either." Miriana raised her hand and giggled. "Whether it's little Elu or little Noah, don't think that you can easily beat me." Noah and Elusha both smiled and nodded. Apart from Jola and Miriana, the others weren't so optimistic. Alyaga, in particular, still looked at Noah with a trace of fear in his eyes. Then, let the demon subduing hall competition begin. At this time, the pumpkin referee jumped out of nowhere and raised his hands high. "Let's welcome our venue demon subduing hall." As soon as his voice fell. Clang! In the sky above the venue, a purplish-black radiance suddenly flickered without any warning, illuminating the entire dome of the Fra Bird. Everyone present raised their heads and looked at the sky. There, a huge purple-black magic array suddenly rotated and covered the sky above the venue. Immediately after, along with a wave of mana, a gigantic darkness shrine slowly emerged from the purplish-black magic array. It descended from the sky and landed heavily in the direction of the venue below. Boom! After a loud sound, the huge temple of darkness fell on the ground of the venue, setting off a gust of wind and dust. The ground shook slightly, shocking many people. That's... Everyone looked at the huge temple of darkness in amazement. Under such circumstances, the pumpkins started giggling. "What you see now is our demon subduing hall, which is also your next arena." Saying such a sentence, the pumpkin's tone became dangerous. Of course, that's not an ordinary arena. Just like its name, Demon Subduing Hall, there are a total of 100 monsters in this temple of darkness. There are 100 monsters in there? All the contestants were shocked. Even Noah couldn't help but raise his head and look at the demon subduing hall in front of him, frowning slightly. He didn't expect the kingdom to capture monsters and bring them to the venue as part of a competition. If the captured monsters went berserk and rushed out of the demon subduing hall, it would be no laughing matter. Could it be that the kingdom was so reckless because there were so many high mages from the guilds here? There was also a slight commotion in the surrounding audience, faintly feeling uneasy. Well, everyone, don't worry. Those aren't real monsters, they're just substitutes that we've materialized using magic. The pumpkin seemed to want to reassure everyone, waving her hand. So, the monsters definitely won't rush out of the demon-subduing hall to hurt people, please don't worry. Hearing this, the surrounding audience breathed a sigh of relief in unison. However, the group of magic shooters exclaimed in amazement because of this. For the sake of a competition, the kingdom had actually gone to such great lengths to materialize 100 monsters using magic. It wouldn't be a big deal if they were just ordinary monsters. However, if they were placed in front of the elite magic shooters of so many outstanding guilds, those monsters definitely wouldn't be low-leveled, right? If Shi Feng summoned 100 of these monsters, just how many magic crystals would he have to burn to cover the cost of his mana consumption? For the sake of a competition, the kingdom was actually willing to spend so much. How rich and overbearing. Thinking about it carefully, for the first day of the competition, the organizers had similarly used a town as a venue. The mana consumption was similarly frightening. In the end, with such a consumption, how much mana would the cost of a single great demon battle exhibition be? The organizers were truly rich and overbearing. The group of magic shooters sighed emotionally. Only Noah narrowed his eyes slightly. In Noah's opinion, no matter what, the kingdom couldn't possibly burn such a large sum of money every year for the sake of an entertainment festival. Unless, of course, the kingdom had other motives. Or perhaps, the mana that was consumed was actually the mana that was unknowingly absorbed from the archmages during the previous great demon combat exercises. In other words, the mana absorption that Noah had felt before was very likely the kingdom's doing. The kingdom. Noah raised his head and looked in the direction of the palace. I hope you won't do anything to make me unhappy, Noah didn't notice. While he was looking in the direction of the palace, a shadow quietly appeared in a corner of the venue. Chapter 1696. Just as Noah was looking thoughtfully at the palace's location, the explanation of the competition's content began. We've divided the 100 monsters into 5 grades, S, A, B, C, and D. According to the grades, the number and strength of the monsters are also different. Pumpkin raised a finger. Among them, there are 50 D-class monsters, 30 C-class monsters, 15 B-class monsters, 4 A-class monsters, and only 1 S-class monster, which is the highest level, Feng Luo said. All the contestants need to do is draw lots. Then, according to the order of the lots drawn, everyone will enter the demon-subduing hall. Pumpkin raised a second finger. However, before entering the demon-subduing hall, the contestants need to confirm how many monsters they want to challenge. Once they've confirmed, the demon-subduing hall will have the same number of monsters as the contestant's choice, but the monsters' grades will be random. After that, the contestants can enter the demon-subduing hall and challenge the monsters. No matter what the monster's grade is, each monster defeated will be counted as 1 point. Only after defeating all the monsters of their choice will they be able to exit the demon-subduing hall. At this point, Pumpkin raised a third finger. There's one thing to note, and that is, if a contestant is defeated in the process of challenging the demon-subduing hall, then in this round of challenges, no matter how many monsters they defeat, their points will return to 0. Unless they've successfully obtained points when they entered the demon-subduing hall, they can only be eliminated with 0 points. Finally, according to everyone's points, we'll come up with a ranking. Pumpkin seemed to kindly remind them. By the way, although there's only 1 S-grade monster, according to the strength we've set, that monster has a strength that even the 10 great saint magicians may not be able to defeat. This sentence caused everyone's eyebrows to rise. At the same time, they had a deeper admiration for the palace's wealth. If even a monster comparable to the 10 great saint magicians was conjured, then the magic power required would undoubtedly be several levels higher. There's more, there's more. Don't think that the lowest grade D monster is weak. Pumpkin snickered mischievously. According to our settings, even if it's a D rank monster, it still has the strength to single-handedly defeat the elite magic shooters of your guild. As for C rank monsters, it will be doubled. As for B rank monsters, it will be doubled. Just like that, until S rank. If you aren't careful and die in the demon subduing hall, our guild won't be responsible. Pumpkin, the 8 magic shooters looked at each other, and many of them even had a solemn expression on their faces. Unlike yesterday and the day before, today's competition already had life-threatening factors. Moreover, the rules were quite complicated. Players would take turns to enter Demon Smiting Hall based on the order of the lots drawn. Before entering, players would also have to choose the number of monsters they needed to challenge, allowing the corresponding monsters to appear in Demon Smiting Hall. However, the monsters' levels were random. In addition, if one was knocked down during the challenge process, they would be eliminated. The challenge points of that round would also be reset to 0. Unless one had already entered the Demon Smiting Hall and successfully knocked down the number of monsters they had chosen to obtain points, otherwise, their points would be 0. In other words, if they were unlucky and encountered an S-rank monster in the first round and were defeated, then they would definitely be in 8th place. Unless the 8 contestants are defeated, they will take turns to enter Demon Smiting Hall until all 100 monsters in Demon Smiting Hall are defeated, or all 8 contestants are defeated and eliminated. Only then will it be considered over. Pumpkin suddenly pulled out a box. Then, let's start drawing lots now. Hearing that, the 8 contestants looked at each other, but none of them chose to step forward. Obviously, no one wanted to be the first to stand out. Seeing that everyone else was watching, Noah sighed and stepped forward. Since that's the case, then let me go first. Everyone's gaze immediately gathered on Noah. In front of everyone, Noah walked in front of Pumpkin. Looking at the box, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Now, I don't have any ability points anymore, and I've also lost the skill that increases luck. I wonder how my luck is now. Muttering this, Noah reached into the box and pulled out a lot. In the next moment, the corners of Noah's mouth lifted slightly. Looks like my luck isn't bad. On Noah's lot, there was a 1 written on it. Hey, hey, hey. Contestant Noah is the first challenger. Pumpkin hugged the box and walked in the direction of the other contestants. Next contestant, please draw lots. However, as soon as those words left his mouth, Noah suddenly spoke. No need to draw. Huh? Pumpkin's footsteps stopped. No need to draw. The others were stunned on the spot. Noah tossed aside the lot in his hand, raised his foot, and walked in the direction of Demon Subduing Hall as he spoke indifferently. Didn't I say that the competition would be over after all 100 monsters in the Demon Subduing Hall were defeated? Then there's no need to draw lots, right? At first, everyone had a confused expression. However, after a while, everyone immediately understood the meaning of Noah's words and opened their eyes wide. Before the challenge, I have to choose the number of monsters to challenge first, right? Noah didn't stop walking, but his voice echoed clearly in everyone's ears. In that case, all 100 monsters belong to me. After saying that, Noah walked into the dark divine hall called the Demon Subduing Hall under everyone's shocked gazes. About a minute later, kaboom! Amidst a deafening roar, the huge divine palace of darkness suddenly exploded, setting off an extremely terrifying burst of wind and flames. Mixed with debris, it swept across the entire venue. The audience could only stare blankly as the Demon Subduing Hall, which was as fragile as paper, exploded piece by piece. It turned into fragments and scattered all over the ground. Then, it disappeared under the blast of wind and flames without leaving a trace. The hat on their heads and the snacks in their hands were blown away by the blast of wind and waves. They didn't even have time to react. When everyone finally reacted, Noah's figure slowly appeared in the scorching blast of flames. He floated down from mid-air and landed on the ground. Noah raised his head and looked at the audience in a daze. He shrugged and said, "Don't worry, I won't be able to win." What? Do you still want to continue? The entire venue suddenly fell silent. Oh! In the next second, the cheers that resounded throughout the venue burst out like a huge wave. Do you still want to continue? Of course, there's no need to continue. Even Chapati was ignited as he announced loudly with great excitement. Noah Doria won first place in the Demon Subduing Hall competition. Without a doubt, he's first place. The audience stood up one by one and couldn't stop cheering. They shouted until their veins were bulging, but they still didn't have any self-awareness. The cheers reverberated and shook the air in the entire venue. As for the other 7 contestants, they looked at each other in dismay and smiled bitterly at each other. Really? Elisha looked at Noah, who was standing in the center of the venue, and her eyes became extremely gentle. I can't compare to that guy at all. Noah seemed to feel Elisha's gaze. He turned his head and waved his hand. Seeing this, Elisha's eyes became even gentler. The magic shooters from the other guilds also couldn't help but smile bitterly in the audience and contestant area. They also offered the highest level of applause to Noah. At this moment, there were only 2 people who were sincerely unhappy with Noah's performance. One was in the contestant area of Sabertooth. There, Magneba's face was gloomy, and even her eyes were full of hostility. The other was in the contestant area of Raventail. Alexei stared at Noah, who was bathed in the cheers of the audience. He clenched his fists and squeezed out an extremely resentful voice from under his mask. Damn it! Why is that guy so strong? At this moment, a black shadow appeared behind Alexei. Who is it? Alexei turned his head abruptly and looked behind him. Then, Alexei heard such an incomparably evil voice. I'm the one who gave you hope. Chapter 1697. In the end, because of Noah's activity, the 3rd day of the Great Demonic Battle Arts Exhibition turned into a one-man show. However, the points of the competition mainly came from the rankings. Even if Noah took on 100 monsters and won first place in the competition, the rest of the contestants still needed to determine who was better. However, even the kingdom could not continue to create 100 monsters in a short period of time for the contestants to challenge. Therefore, without any other choice, the organizers could only temporarily decide to use a small test to determine the rankings of the remaining 7 teams. The content of the test was based on the magic of each team's sorcerer. The team with higher magic would be able to obtain a higher ranking. In the end, Noah won first place without any controversy. In the competition, the rankings of each team and the points they obtained, in order of highest to lowest, were as follows: Frownyface Fairy Tale B Team, 10p. Lamia Scale, 8p. Fairy Tale A Team, 6p. Sabertooth, 4p. Mermaid Heel, 3p. Cotter Cerberus, 2p. Blue Pegasus, 1p. Raven Tail, 0p. After that, there were 4 more duels. The first duel, Mermaid Heel's Miriana vs Cotter Cerberus's Symes. Miriana won and obtained 10 points for Mermaid Heel. The second match was between Sabertooth's Lucifer and Blue Pegasus Ibu. Lucifer was victorious and earned 10 points for Sabertooth. The third duel, Laxus from Fairy Tale B Team vs Raventail's Aliax. Laxus won and obtained 10 points for Fairy Tale B Team. The fourth match was between Wendy from Fairy Tale A and Shalia from Lamia Scales. The 2 sides were tied, and each of them won 5 points for their respective teams. After 1 duel and 4 duels, each team's ranking had a small change. The changes were as follows. First place, Fairy Tale B Team, 44p. Second place, Fairy Tale A Team, 37p. Third place, Sabertooth, 34p. Fourth place, Mermaid Heel, 30p. Fifth place, Lamia Scale, 25p. Sixth place, Raven Tail, 24p. Seventh place, Blue Pegasus, 16p. Eighth place, Cotter Cerberus, 12p. At this point, the third day of the Great Demon Battle Exhibition had smoothly ended. Fairy Tale's 2 teams had successfully maintained their position as the top 2 teams. Especially Team B, there was a 10-point gap between them and the third-place team, Sabertooth. If Sabertooth wanted to chase after him, he would have to put in a lot of effort. No matter what, today was still Fairy Tail's victory. A group of Fairy Tail sorcerers were chatting and laughing as they walked out of the giant egg. They walked towards the direction of the hotel. At the back of the group, Noah lowered his head and fell into deep thought. His eyebrows were tightly knitted. Mira, who was keenly aware of Noah's abnormality, hugged Noah's arm and gently said, "What are you thinking about?" Hearing this, Noah did not hide anything and directly said it. "I'm thinking about the raven tail." With this, his companions who were chatting and laughing around him also quieted down. It wasn't strange for everyone to have such a reaction. The reason was actually very simple. It was because Raventail did something that puzzled everyone. Laxus narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Are you thinking about why those guys directly forfeited in the competition?" This was the reason why Noah fell into deep thought. Today, Raventail's performance was too abnormal. Whether it was in the competition or the duel, Raventail's contestants directly forfeited and did not get any points. As a result, Raventail naturally fell from 3rd place to 6th place. This behavior was too abnormal. Originally, Noah did not care about Raventail at all. During the Great Demonic Combat Arts competition, he let them do whatever they wanted. Because, in Noah's opinion, Ivan's tricks were too childish and ridiculous. Once Ivan made a move, Noah only had to take care of him, and this guild with bad intentions would be doomed eternally. But today, Raventail actually forfeited twice without hesitation, which made Noah a little suspicious. "I have a feeling," Noah said in a low voice. "Ivan might be planning to make a move." The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. His companions all gathered around Noah, and even their footsteps stopped. "Could it be just your imagination?" Gray said. "It's just forfeiting, maybe those guys feel that they have no chance of winning." "Winning isn't important to those guys at all." Noah shook his head. "Those fellows' true target is us, or rather, our guild. To them, the Great Demon Martial Arts Exhibition is just a stage for them to achieve their goal. They've been targeting us since the beginning, so the results of the competition don't matter at all." "Then, in your opinion, those guys forfeited twice on this stage, what are they planning to do?" Elisha asked. "Could it be that they want to make a move outside the competition?" "That's very likely." Noah nodded and looked around. "In short, I feel that something is wrong. Everyone be careful, no matter what, do not act alone." "Understood." Everyone nodded in unison. Seeing Noah being surrounded by his companions and giving orders to his companions, and the companions around him carrying out Noah's orders from the bottom of their hearts, Xuanai felt a strange feeling in her heart. This feeling was completely different from when she was in Sabertooth. In that place, the relationship between the guild leader and the members was only that of a superior and subordinate, and even the relationship between the ruler and the ruled, there was not the slightest bit of affection to speak of. In that kind of guild, Xuanai could only feel the cold order and prestige. But here, Xuanai could feel waves of warmth. Because, here, the guild leader's every order was for the safety of the guild members. And the guild members' obedience was also due to their trust in the guild leader. Thus, Xuanai once again realized. Being able to join a guild like Fairy Tail was simply too good. Chapter 1698. The sky gradually darkened. After returning to the hotel, the group of people from Fairy Tail feasted and drank like they had done for the past 2 days. Then, those who had left halfway returned to their own residences. Before the start of the Great Demonic Combat Arts competition, the organizers had allocated the participating teams of each guild to the various inns and coloccas. The inns allocated to the participating teams were of different sizes according to the guild. For example, Sabertooth, because they were the previous first place, the inns allocated to them were of a larger scale and could accommodate all the members of the guild. This allowed all the sorcerers of Sabertooth to stay together. Unlike Sabertooth, Fairy Tail had always been the last in the previous competitions. Therefore, the place allocated to Fairy Tale was only one of the rooms in the inn. Of course, not only did the sorcerers of Fairy Tale not stay in the same inn as the contestants, but even Team A and Team B stayed in different inns. Therefore, after the members left the banquet, they could only go their separate ways and return to their respective residences. However, under Noah's instructions, everyone was prepared to leave in groups and ensure their safety. Thus, Mira, Shui, and Lisanna left the banquet together. On the way, Lisanna said apologetically to Mira and Shui, "I'm sorry, Sister Mira, Shui, I had to ask you to send me off." Originally, Makarov had already rented an inn for the members of Fairy Tale who did not participate in the competition to stay together. However, those fellows were either still causing trouble at the banquet or had already left. The timing of Lisanna's departure was completely different. At first, Lisanna had planned to wait for them to enjoy themselves before returning together. However, after knowing that Lisanna was planning to leave, Mira and Shui volunteered to send Lisanna back to the inn. "Well, I didn't plan to stay for too long anyway." Mira smiled indifferently. "Besides, I'm worried about you. This is just a coincidence. Lord Noah said that the guild called Raven Tail will most likely attack us outside the arena." Snow added, "That's why it's safer for us to move together." "But our hotel isn't in the same direction," Lisanna said helplessly. "Otherwise, we wouldn't have to go through so much trouble." The banquet was held at the bar on the first floor of the hotel where Fairy Tale B was assigned to. In light of this, after Mira and Snow sent Lisanna back to her residence, they still had to return to their own hotel. This meant that Mira and Snow were purposely taking a detour. It was because of this that Lisanna apologized. "Just like what Shu and I said, it's safer to move together," Mira said gently. "If something were to happen to you, not only me, but Noah would also be very worried. It would be best if we could avoid an accident with just a little trouble. Moreover, I wouldn't find it troublesome at all." Snow lowered her head and said embarrassedly, "I've never tried using my own power to protect my companions. Now that I'm doing this, I'm actually a little happy." Hearing that, Mira and Lisanna exchanged glances and smiled in unison. "Then I'll have to trouble you, Shu and I." Lisanna held Shu and I's hand. "Shu and I is so powerful, she's really reliable. I feel very safe with Shu and I." Mira held Shu and I's other hand. "If the three of us are together, with Raven Tail as our opponent, there shouldn't be a problem." Noah said that in terms of strength, even in Fairy Tale, which was famous for its strict requirements for S-rank sorcerers, Shu and I had the qualifications to become an S-rank sorcerer and was qualified to be in the top 10 of the guild. As for Mira, she was an active S-rank sorcerer and was second only to Noah, Kilda's, Lax's, and Alusha in the guild. She could be ranked in the top 5 of the guild. With Mira and Shu and I's escort, Lisanna's safety would be guaranteed. After all, in Raven Tail, even the guild leader, Ivan, didn't have the ability to hurt Mira and Shu and I working together. Moreover, Lisanna's strength wasn't weak and wasn't far from the frontline combat members of the guild. This way, with the Raven Tail's ability, it was not enough to hurt the three of them. Of course, the prerequisite was that the opponent only had a Raven Tail. With Mira and Lisanna holding each of her hands, Shu and I, who was more or less in fear and trepidation, inadvertently caught a glimpse of the scene in front of her. The expression on her pretty face slightly froze and she abruptly stopped and raised her voice. "Lord Mira. Lord Lisanna." Mira and Lisanna were slightly startled by Shu and I's sudden stop and immediately felt that something was wrong. They abruptly turned their heads and looked forward. In the next moment, the three girls saw it at the same time. They didn't know when, but on the huge street, there wasn't a single person. Moreover, even the surrounding street lights suddenly dimmed and lost their light. Under such circumstances, a black fog like a whirlpool kept spinning in front of them, emitting waves of evil aura. The evil aura made Mira, who had the power of the demon in her body, feel a burst of vigilance. She couldn't help but stand in front of Lisanna and stare forward while speaking in a deep voice. "Who?" The black fog that was spinning like a whirlpool suddenly stopped. In the next moment, the black fog suddenly exploded and turned into a black wave that surged out. Mira, Lisanna, and Xuanai were all shocked. They only had time to do this before the thick black fog surged in front of the three girls. At this critical moment, the only one who reacted was Mira. Danger! Mira quickly reached out and pushed Xuanai and Lisanna away at the same time. The surging black fog was like a rolling wave, covering Mira and swallowing her. Xuanai and Lisanna, who were pushed away by Mira, fell to the ground. Looking at Mira, who was swallowed by the black fog, they both exclaimed in shock. Sister Mira! Lord Mira! Almost at the same time, a small black shadow scurried from behind the two girls and directly rushed toward Lisanna. Wang! Along with a soft trembling sound, Lisanna, who was about to get up and rush into the black fog to save Mira, suddenly felt a tremor all over her body. Then, the mana in her body actually disappeared in a moment, leaving not a trace. Immediately, Lisanna lost all her strength. Lisanna only felt her vision suddenly spin before her body swayed and she fell unconscious. Lord Lisanna! Xuanai panicked and hurriedly hugged the fallen Lisanna. Looking at the unconscious girl, she gritted her teeth and glared at the black fog in front of her. Who is it? In the rolling black fog in front of her, a sinister laughter rang out. Then, the words entered Xuanai's ears. What? Don't you recognize me? As soon as the voice fell, a figure slowly walked out of the thick black fog and entered Xuanai's vision. The newcomer had long hair that was half black and half gray, and it was tied up and hung behind his back. It was the sinister man who had appeared in Yufatsue's room in the palace. The sinister man looked at Xuanai and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Long time no see, Xuanai. Looking at the man full of evil aura, Xuanai first stared at him. In the next second, her eyes suddenly widened as she muttered in disbelief. You! Could you be? The sinister man revealed a sinister smile. Chapter 1699. On the other side, in the fairy tale hotel, many of his companions were still there. They continued to eat and drink as much as they could while making a ruckus. Some of the residents living in the neighboring hotels started to complain. Noah was at the bar with Makarov, discussing with Makarov about some of today's discoveries, such as the fact that the person behind the scenes absorbing the mana of the high mages participating in the great magic wars was most likely the kingdom, as well as the abnormal behavior of Raven Tail and so on. Makarov seemed to be attaching great importance to these two matters, but he didn't manage to find out anything. In front of Noah, he put on a distressed expression. Looking at the distressed Makarov, Noah could only helplessly help. After all, Makarov kept saying that he was going to retire, but when it came to matters related to the guild, he wouldn't give up without getting to the bottom of it. Noah originally intended to solve these two matters himself, but because he couldn't resist Makarov's questioning, he could only use the excuse of discussing the matter with this worrisome old president. And obviously, even Noah had just found some clues, so Makarov didn't know what to do. Thus, Makarov could only be distressed, making Noah laugh. At this time, Noah suddenly felt a familiar mana fluctuation. Feeling that familiar mana fluctuation, Noah's expression slightly froze, and he suddenly stood up. Noah's action instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Seeing Noah suddenly stand up with an unsightly expression, Makarov immediately asked. "What's wrong?" "I felt Myra's mana." Noah directly walked out of the bar, leaving this sentence behind as he quickly walked out. "Mira is fighting now, she might have encountered an attack." While leaving this sentence, Noah also walked out of the inn. His figure directly soared into the sky, turning into a stream of light, and shot in the direction of the familiar mana fluctuation he sensed. It was only then that the group of magic shooters from Fairy Tale came to their senses. They were all shocked, and rushed out of the inn in unison. They rushed in the direction that Noah was flying at as fast as they could. Whoosh! In the starry night sky, a stream of light was like a meteor streaking across the sky, shooting straight in the direction of Crocus. His dark and deep eyes were like those of an owl, flashing with a somewhat cold expression while constantly scanning the surroundings. Following the familiar mana fluctuation that he sensed, Noah quickly arrived above a dark street. Then, Noah saw it. On the street below, a black swamp-like fog was violently spinning like a vortex, repeatedly releasing an evil aura. In the constantly spinning black fog, Mira, who had received Satan's soul, was agitated with surging mana. She had a slightly uncomfortable expression on her face, as if she had fallen into a swamp and was struggling with difficulty. Beside her, Lisanna seemed to have fainted and was lying there. Seeing this, Noah more or less guessed the situation. There was no doubt that Mira and her party had been attacked. Moreover, the attackers' strength was very high, binding Mira and making it difficult for her to move. As for Lisanna, although he didn't know what had happened to her, there wasn't any change in her aura. It seemed that she had just fainted. These speculations appeared in Noah's mind in an instant. After a moment, Noah's eyes turned sharp, and he suddenly stretched out a hand, aiming at the thick black fog below. Clang! A blue magic array spun out in front of Noah's palm, like a turret, and aimed downward, gathering mana. Hum! In the next moment, the blue magic array trembled, and the mana gathered in it turned into a beam of light that shot out toward the pitch-black fog below. Bang! The dazzling beam of mana collided with the black swamp-like fog, causing a muffled explosion. Then, as if canceling each other out, they both exploded, turning into white and black spots, dissipating into the air. It was only then that Mira seemed to have been released. Her body became light, and after staggering a few steps, she turned her head, looked in Lisanna's direction, and rushed over. A dazzling light bloomed from Mira's body, allowing her to release herself from receiving Satan's soul and rush to Lisanna's side. At this moment, Noah had already descended from the sky. He picked up Lisanna, checked her condition, and breathed a sigh of relief. Lisanna. Mira hugged her as well, looking at Noah anxiously. How's Lisanna? Don't worry, she's fine. Noah grabbed Myra's hand and looked into her eyes, indicating for her to calm down. She's just fainted because she's exhausted too much mana. She'll wake up when she recovers some mana. Is that so? Mira was relieved, and she breathed a huge sigh of relief. That's great. What's going on? Noah asked Mira as he hugged Lisanna. And, where's Shuanai? We were ambushed. Mira bit her lip lightly. Shuanai seems to have been taken away. Noah's expression darkened. So they were ambushed? The ambusher shouldn't be Raventail, right? Noah asked calmly. At the very least, I don't think Raventail has the ability to bind you and take Shuanai away. I don't know who the ambusher is either. I was trapped by the black mist as soon as we were ambushed, and I don't know what's going on outside. I can only vaguely hear Shuanai calling out Lisanna's name, and she seems to be talking to someone. Mira said unwillingly. Then, she seemed to have thought of something. She raised her eyes and looked at Noah. But the ambusher left me a message. If you want to find Shuanai, you have to go to the outskirts of Crocus alone. You can't bring anyone with you. In other words, the ambusher's target wasn't Mira, Lisanna, or Shuanai, but Noah. Mira clearly understood that, and her eyes were filled with worry as she looked at Noah. However, Mira didn't say anything and remained silent. She held Noah's hand tighter and tighter. Feeling the strength of Mira's hand, Noah immediately held it back and smiled at Mira. Don't worry, even Aconaraglia can't do anything to me. How can an ambusher who only knows how to sneak around do anything to me? In a single sentence, Noah's plan was completely revealed. Mira didn't say anything and only held Noah's hand tightly, revealing her usual gentle and sweet smile. Yes, I believe you. Noah nodded and placed Lisanna in Mira's arms. Then, he hugged Mira as well. Grandpa and Alusha should be on their way here now. They'll be here soon, Noah instructed. Tell them not to act rashly for the time being. Leave everything here to me. If I'm not back by tomorrow, Let Kana replace me with a substitute member. Shu and I didn't fight today, and the substitute member of Squad B hasn't been confirmed yet, so there shouldn't be a problem. I know. Just leave the Great Demon Battle exhibition to us. You've already won a lot of advantages for us. We'll definitely win, Mira said softly as she snuggled in Noah's arms. Remember to bring Shu and I back. Noah kissed Myra's forehead and then Lisana's forehead before getting up. Under Myra's gaze, he turned into a streak of light and shot into the sky, flying out of the city. Looking at Noah's gradually disappearing figure, Mira hugged Lisana tightly and murmured softly. Come back soon. Chapter 1700. The night gradually deepened. Some cold wind slowly blew across the land, causing the flowers and trees on the outskirts of Carlacas to sway, giving off a very tranquil feeling. In the sky, dark clouds began to appear, covering the moonlight. For a moment, darkness swallowed the entire land, causing the light to become extremely dim. At a certain moment, in Carlacas, where there was still sufficient light, a stream of light flew out, streaking across the night sky at an extremely fast speed, and landed on the outskirts. Noah slowly stepped forward and looked around. Whoosh! The cold wind seemed to have not noticed that the atmosphere had begun to become tense, and continued to blow across the land in the outskirts, causing Noah's robe to flutter. Noah slightly closed his eyes against the cold wind, then suddenly opened them, looked in one direction, and said straightforwardly, "Stop fooling around. Enough with your mystifying tricks. It's time to come out, right?" The whole place was silent. The silence seemed to be mocking Noah's words, silently telling him that there was no one here. It continued to spread in the air. Noah just quietly looked in that direction, without saying anything, and without doing anything, as if he was not anxious at all, maintaining his silence. Maintaining this strange state, it was not until 5 minutes later that a clear sound of speechlessness was heard. Immediately, in the direction Noah was looking, several figures began to slowly appear, and walked towards him. Looking at the group of people slowly approaching, Noah's eyes narrowed slightly. There were a total of 5 people. The leader of the group was a man clad in resplendent golden armor. Surprisingly, it was the Raven-tail, Alexei. Behind Alexei, 4 people stood in a row, as if Alexei was their leader. They followed Alexei and walked over. The 4 people's appearances were very distinct. One of them was a short, fat man who looked very annoying. One of them was a young girl with eye-catching long red hair that was tied into 2 braids. She was dressed in a red dress. The other was a clown dressed like a magician, but on his back stood a dark brown little person. The last one was a man with black eyeshadow and black lipstick, with a face like a snake, giving off a gloomy feeling. The 4 people were all members of the Raven-tail. Including Alexei, the 5 people were the Raven-tail, participants in the Great Demon Combat Arts competition. Noah more or less remembered the information about these people. The short fatty was called Narabutinku, and the magic he used was called Needle Explosion, which was a kind of magic that could make the arm full of needles and strengthen it, and its destructive power was comparable to that of an explosion. On the first day of the Great Demon Combat Arts competition, he was the one who appeared with Gray and Julian. The girl with crimson hair was called Freya, and the spell she used was called Crimson Hair. It was a spell that allowed her to freely manipulate her hair, making it longer or shorter at will. She could even make her hair as hot as fire to attack. She was Lucy's opponent on the first day of the Great Demonic Combat Tournament. The clown dressed like a magician was called Obra, and the magic he used was ominous, which had not been shown so far. He appeared in today's competition, but after Noah finished challenging the demon subduing Hall, he directly forfeited, which was very mysterious. The man who looked as gloomy as a snake was called Black Snake, and the magic he used was called mimicry, which was a kind of magic that could change himself into other forms and manipulate them. Black Snake's mimicry target was sand, so he could freely turn into sand and manipulate the sand he transformed into. As for Alexei, his specific strength was unknown, his specific magic was unknown, and even his specific appearance and specific background were unknown. Today, he was chosen to duel with Laxas, but just like Obra, he directly forfeited. To others, Alexei was very mysterious, even more mysterious than Obra. However, to Noah, Alexei's so-called mystery was just a joke. At this point, are you still going to hide? Noah glanced at Alexei and said with a smile. Ivan Doria. Alexei's footsteps suddenly froze, and he stopped. However, Noah could imagine. Alexei's face under the mask, at this time, was very ugly. Under such circumstances, Noah said as if he was talking to himself. If you want to hide, then at least use some decent means, such as directly using transformation magic to change into other people's appearance, and then use a magic tool to hide your own aura, to eliminate your own aura, that is called perfect. Wearing a set of broken armor and a broken mask, you can also hide your identity and participate in the great demonic arts competition. Does the kingdom really intend to not let people violate the rules? The great demonic arts competition that determined the guild ranking every year. It was a ceremony that every guild in the Fiori kingdom could participate in. However, if you want to participate in this ceremony, you have to at least abide by two basic rules. 1. You must have the guild's coat of arms, and can only appear as a sorcerer of the guild. 2. The participant can't be the guild leader. Not abiding by the above 2 points is a violation of the rules. Alexei had blatantly violated the second rule. As early as during the preliminaries, Noah had already discovered this guy's true identity and underhanded means. Ivan had already attacked Noah and exposed his aura under Noah's sensing ability. When he appeared again, even if he covered his face and did not hide his aura, how could he hide from Noah? Therefore, Noah thought that the so-called Raven Tail was just a group of clowns. Seeing that his true identity was exposed as soon as he appeared, Alexei. No, it should be Ivan. After a moment of silence, he reached out his hand and took off the mask on his face. He stared at Noah with a gloomy expression and smiled coldly. No wonder you dare to say that humans can't be compared to you, you are indeed difficult to deal with. Whether I am difficult to deal with or not, until now you only know. Noah curled his lips. If that's the case, then I have really overestimated you. After that, Noah did not give Ivan any chance to reply and went straight to the point. You took the initiative to give up on the great magic battles today for this, right? Let the guy who instigated you come out. Ivan's expression stiffened when he heard this, but he still put on an act and said. What instigated me? I don't understand what you're talking about. As soon as Ivan finished his sentence, he immediately noticed that Noah was looking at him with a disdainful gaze. Are you trying to say that you were able to successfully attack Mira, Snow, and Lisanna all because of the strength of your raven tail? Noah said sarcastically. If that's the case, then I will honestly admit that I have underestimated your strength. The group of Raventail's magic shooters immediately showed anger on their faces. Noah's words were obviously looking down on them. Don't be too proud, little brat. Little brat. Ivan couldn't help but get angry and roared at Noah. Don't forget. We are in charge now. The person you want is in my hands. Then tell me where Snow is. Noah looked coldly at Ivan. I don't have much time to play games with you. Play. Play games? Ivan's eyes widened slightly as he flew into a rage. You actually said that the plan that I have been plotting for so long is a game. Plotting? Noah looked away and said in a tone that made Ivan extremely angry. Forget it, I can't be bothered to waste time on you. As soon as he finished speaking, Noah suddenly shot out without any warning and appeared in front of Ivan at an astonishing speed. Wah! Ivan's expression changed drastically. However, before Ivan could react, Noah suddenly reached out and grabbed him by the neck, lifting him up and hanging him in the air. The group of Raventail's magic shooters were all shocked. In the next moment, a terrifying burst of mana rose from Noah's body. Chapter 1701. Boom! The terrifying mana that surged from Noah's body directly turned into a substantial shockwave that violently vibrated and sent the Raventail magic shooters that surrounded Ivan flying. The raven-tail magic shooters that were sent flying did not even have time to scream before they crashed heavily onto the ground. The screams that reached their mouths turned into muffled groans as they fell to the ground and wailed incessantly. Purely by releasing his mana, Noah did not make a move at all, and the raven-tail magic shooters had all fallen around him. Ivan, whose neck was being choked by Noah, had a change of expression on his face. But soon after, he was attacked by a sense of suffocation and let out an inaudible wail. Noah stared coldly at Ivan, who was struggling with all his might as his face gradually turned purple. He tightened his grip on Ivan's neck bit by bit, causing Ivan's feet that were lifted off the ground to thrash about wildly. However, Noah still tightened his grip on Ivan's neck bit by bit, causing Ivan's struggle to become weaker and weaker. Finally, his hands drooped down, and his eyes began to roll back. He looked like he was about to breathe in and out. It was only then that Noah released his grip on Ivan's neck, and let Ivan fall to the ground with gravity. Cough, cough, cough. Ivan immediately covered his neck and coughed uncontrollably, as though he had just drowned and was gasping for air. You. Ivan looked up, panting wretchedly as he stared at Noah in disbelief, and opened his mouth in disbelief. How dare you do this to me? No matter what, Ivan had a hostage in his hands. It was because of this hostage that Ivan dared to bring his men and appear in front of Noah in an upright manner. Of course, it was not right to say that he was upright. In the beginning, Ivan was still hiding in the dark and looking for an opportunity to sneak an attack on Noah. He planned to take down Noah first to increase his chances of success. However, because he was discovered by Noah, Ivan's plan could only be declared a failure. However, Ivan was not afraid because he had a hostage in his hands. After he was discovered, he came out directly. Originally, in Ivan's imagination, Noah should now be humble and even kneel down to beg for mercy. Then, he would raise the condition for Noah to exchange Lumen's starlight for Shuanai. Ivan never thought that this script would go wrong from the beginning. Noah actually attacked Raventail without any scruples when Ivan had a hostage in his hands. Was he not afraid that something would happen to the hostage? Looking at the look of disbelief on Ivan's face, Noah seemed to have seen through his puzzlement and sneered. That's right, I do want to find Shuanai, but not to the extent of being threatened by you. Anyway, I've already confirmed that there is at least one mastermind behind you. Moreover, you don't seem to be in cahoots, but are just using each other. In that case, I'll just talk to that guy directly. I don't need to get any clues from you. Do you understand what I mean? Noah bent down and looked at Ivan condescendingly as he said sarcastically. In other words, you're completely useless. You're just being used as a pawn to die, idiot. After saying that, Noah raised a hand directly at Ivan. A magical circle suddenly spun out from Noah's palm and aimed at Ivan, who was paralyzed on the ground, gathering mana within. Wait! Wait! Ivan screamed in horror. You can't kill me! You can't kill me! Ignoring Ivan's screams, Noah's eyes didn't carry any emotions at all. The magical circle aimed at Ivan continued to gather mana, causing the magical circle to gradually emit a bright light. At this moment, an unprecedented shadow of death began to spread in Ivan's heart. Thus, Ivan understood. Noah really intended to kill him. I've told you before, haven't I? Noah looked straight at Ivan, his eyes revealing a cold emotion. If I have the chance, I'll definitely kill you. The magical circle aimed at Ivan became brighter and brighter. Sensing the impending death, Ivan roared with his eyes bulging out of their sockets. Abra! Quick! Eliminate his mana! Suddenly, the dark brown figure on the body of Abra, who had fallen to the ground, violently shot out like a bullet towards Noah's direction. At the same time, the clown who was dressed like a magician collapsed and turned into a pile of clothes. That Abra was actually just a dummy. Squeak squeak! The dark brown figure let out an animal-like cry with a treacherous smile on his face. He suddenly pounced on Noah and grabbed his shoulder tightly. Clang! In the next second, a magical circle lit up on the body of the dark brown figure. No one knew that Abra had the ability to eliminate the mana of any individual or even any target. If the target of this elimination magic was an individual, then all the mana in their body would be wiped clean in an instant. Therefore, Abra's magic had always been Ivan's trump card. Unfortunately, Ivan chose the wrong target to use it on. Wang! Accompanied by a trembling sound, a terrifying amount of mana was constantly released from Noah's body. Under the effect of Abra's elimination magic, it was being consumed at a terrifying speed. However, Noah did not resist at all under such a terrifying consumption. He glanced at the little dark brown figure on his shoulder, and his eyes were full of mockery. It was as if he did not care about the terrifying consumption of mana at all, and his expression remained calm from the beginning to the end. The treacherous smile on the figure's face froze. Ivan's expression became interesting all of a sudden. In the next instant, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed the small dark brown figure, squeezing it tightly in the palm of his hand. I see. You're the real Abra. That clown is just an illusion. Noah stared at the shocked figure in his hand with a cold glint in his eyes. The magic that can eliminate mana. You're the one who did it to her, aren't you? There was finally a hint of anger in Noah's tone, and a surge of magic power surged in his hand that was holding the little dark brown figure. Bam! With a muffled sound, Noah fiercely clenched his fist, and the palm that was filled with surging magic power immediately crushed the dark brown dwarf. Blood splashed out and sprinkled on Ivan's face. Ah! Ivan let out a heart-wrenching scream. He wasn't grieving because of Abra's death. Instead, it was because Abra's death caused the shadow of death in his heart to explode. Then, the mana that gathered in the magic array in front of Noah's hands suddenly turned into a flash of light that instantly covered Ivan's entire body, causing him to be gradually annihilated in the beam of mana amidst his heart-wrenching screams. His body was smashed into pieces, leaving no trace behind. After the beam of mana that shot out from the magic array destroyed Ivan, it still streaked across the space without slowing down and landed on the terrified Nerapudinku and the Black Serpent, annihilating the two rather outstanding magic shooters into nothingness. In the end, the beam of mana that shot out rubbed against the air and shot into the distance, disappearing at the other end of the horizon. Ivan, Nerapudinku, the Black Serpent, and Abra were all dead. Only Freya was left. She sat there with a dull expression, as if she had lost her mind. She didn't react for a long time. Ignoring Freya's reaction, Noah retracted all the magic in his body, turned around, and looked in another direction. All right, you've seen enough of the show. It's time to come out, right? As soon as he said this, a round of applause rang out. To be able to kill the person holding the hostage without batting an eyelid. Should I say, as expected of an existence that dares to claim that humans can't be compared to? A thick black fog suddenly rose and turned into a devilish man that appeared in front of Noah. Chapter 1702. Whoosh! No one knew when it started, but the cold winds started to blow again, blowing across the land in the suburbs. Noah and the evil man looked at each other. One's eyes were full of judgment, the other's eyes were full of evil. Both of them were silent, and no one spoke at the first moment. Not long after, Noah spoke indifferently. Who are you? Me? The evil man shrugged and said so. You can call me Luo. Luo? Noah frowned. For some reason, Noah felt that this guy who called himself Luo seemed to be strange. No, not strange, but his existence itself seemed to have some kind of inconsistency, as if there was a feeling of gears that couldn't be bitten, which made people feel very uncomfortable. Under such circumstances, Noah even had an illusion. He seemed to know the other party, but also seemed to not know the other party. It was an indescribable illusion. Feeling that clear illusion, Noah's frown deepened. Noah, who couldn't get rid of this illusion, simply asked directly. Where is Xuanai? Hearing this, the evil man who called himself Luo suddenly smiled. Don't worry, Xuanai is very safe now. I've arranged for her to be in a place where no one can touch her. As long as you agree to my request, I'll immediately tell you her whereabouts. Request? Noah narrowed his eyes and curled his lips. Fine. Let me hear what you're planning to ask for by attacking my companions. Hearing Noah's sarcastic words, Luo smiled helplessly. You don't need to be angry, and you don't need to be hostile to me. My request is actually very simple for you. I just feel that if I don't have any bargaining chips, you wouldn't agree, so I let Xuanai come with me. I'm very sincere. Luo said as if he was implying something. Look, I only took Xuanai away and didn't do anything to your two fiancés, right? Let me make it clear, the one who attacked the girl named Lisana was not me, but the guy from Raven Tail. Law glanced at Freya, an evil and vicious smile appearing on his face. If you are not comfortable with this, I can help you get rid of the rest of the trash. Freya's face was instantly filled with fear. She maintained her paralyzed posture on the ground as she shuffled her body backward, shaking her head continuously. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Obviously, the girl named Freya was scared out of her wits. Okay, just tell us what you're here for. Noah stared at Law. What is your purpose? My purpose is actually very simple. Law met Noah's gaze, and although the evil smile on his face did not change, the look in his eyes changed. Noah Dole, you can no longer participate in the next Great Demonic Combat Arts competition. As long as you agree to my condition, I will take you to see Xuanai immediately. Don't participate in the Great Demonic Combat Arts competition. Noah was stunned. Yes. Don't participate in the Great Demonic Combat Arts competition. Law stared at Noah tightly and said this half-jokingly. Didn't you claim to be an existence that humans cannot be compared to? Then what is the point of competing with a group of weak humans? Can't you just leave the rest of your companions in the guild to do the rest of the things? Or do you have no confidence in your companions? Before, although Law's voice was full of evil charm, Noah did not feel much emotion from it. However, at this moment, Law's words carried some emotion, which surprised Noah a little. At this moment, Noah rolled his eyes and asked. Why do you go through so much trouble to get me to withdraw from the Great Demonic Combat Arts competition? Could it be that you think I'm a threat to the victory of any team? Humph, Law snorted. The outcome of the Great Demonic Combat Arts competition has been decided at the beginning, as long as you don't participate. Law's firm tone made Noah puzzled. The outcome of the Great Demonic Combat Arts competition has been decided at the beginning? What does this mean? Also, as long as Noah doesn't participate, the result will not change. Why is Law so sure? For a moment, thousands of thoughts flashed through Noah's mind. However, even though there were many doubts, there was one thing that could be confirmed. That is, if Noah continues to participate in the Great Demonic Combat Arts competition, it will definitely cause some kind of obstacle to the guy in front of him who calls himself Law. Because of this, Law did not hesitate to kidnap Xuanai and use this to make Noah compromise. However, it can be seen that Law is very afraid of Noah. Whether it was the power or the existence itself, Noah made Law feel a very strong fear and even vigilance. Therefore, Law also did not dare to completely provoke Noah. He just took Xuanai away and did not do anything to Mira and Lisana. If Law had done something to Mira and Lisana, at this time, Noah may have already gone berserk and blasted him to pieces, right? It is because of this that Law did not completely offend Noah. As for the Raven Tail, it is purely a prop used by Law to test Noah's reaction. Law wants to see how Noah will treat the Raven Tail when Obra of the Raven Tail eliminates all of Lisana's magic and causes her to faint. If Noah chooses to compromise with the Raven Tail, then Law will not talk to Noah so nicely as he is now, and he will definitely use Xuanai to threaten Noah. Unfortunately, Noah had annihilated all the members of Raven Tail except for Freya, especially Obra who had eliminated Lisana's magic power. He had crushed her to death without leaving any room for negotiation. In this way, Law does not dare to easily anger Noah. Because, that is not good for Noah and Law. Thinking of this, Noah asked abruptly. What's in it for you if I don't participate in the Great Demonic Combat Arts competition? Law was silent for a moment. Noah was not in a hurry, he just looked straight at Law, quietly waiting for his reaction. After a while, Law grinned and looked up at Noah. "Well, if you really want to know everything, I can tell you everything, including the purpose of the existence of the Great Demonic Combat Arts Competition." Hearing this sentence, Noah's eyes suddenly flashed. "So that's how it is," Noah said very calmly. "It seems that you know what is going on with the phenomenon of magic being absorbed from the sorcerers one by one during the Great Demonic Combat Arts Competition. Have you noticed?" Law said indifferently. "It's just that it doesn't matter now. By this year's Great Demonic Combat Arts Competition, the magic needed for the Eclipse Plan has been gathered." "Eclipse Plan?" Noah asked. "What's that? Do you want to know?" Law raised his eyebrows, and after a while, said to Noah, "If you want to know, then agree to my request. In that case, after the Great Demonic Combat Arts Competition is over, I will tell you everything." Hearing this, Noah understood. Luo would not reveal anything else. "Let me remind you first, don't use the raven tail method on me," Law said as if he was on guard against something. "If you intend to take me directly and ask me about the whereabouts of Shuanai and all the information about the Eclipse Plan, then I won't tell you even if I kill myself." Law's expression became extremely cold. It was not coldness toward Noah, nor was it coldness toward anyone else. It was coldness toward oneself. Then, Law said this sentence. "Don't think I can't do it. The Eclipse Plan is everything for me now. If it fails, then I might as well die. So, believe me, I can definitely do it." This time, it was Noah's turn to be silent. After a long time, Noah lifted his feet and walked in the direction of Law. Law's whole body tensed up. However, Noah did not do anything to Law, but directly passed him, back to back with Law, and spoke lightly. "Well, let me see what you are going to do." Law's eyes lit up, and the evil smile returned to his face. Chapter 1703. After that, Law immediately took Noah and went to the location of Shuanai. Under the leadership of Law, Noah came to the venue of the Great Demonic War, Dome Flatten. With Noah, Law walked into the venue and found a secret path. After a while, they came to a huge cave. Noah, who came to the cave with Law, immediately saw it. In this cave, there are countless huge corpses lying. "This is..." Noah looked around with surprise and astonishment in his eyes. "Dragon's corpse?" "Yes." Law nodded. "The corpses here are all the corpses of dragons, the corpses of dragons that have been around for hundreds of years." Hearing this, Noah turned his eyes directly to Law. Law naturally understood what Noah meant. Noah was asking Law to explain why there were so many dragon corpses here. 400 years ago, the world was still dominated by dragons. Human beings were very weak compared to the powerful dragons. Law began to explain as he walked forward. However, not all dragons in the dragons who dominate the world regard human beings as insignificant ants. Some dragons are attracted by the rich feelings of human beings and hope to live with them. So, the dragons have been divided into two factions. One faction wants to coexist with human beings, and the other faction advocates keeping human beings as livestock or food. They quarreled with each other and eventually launched a war between dragons. Law's voice became a little empty. The war between the dragons is extremely terrifying. Just one of them has the power to easily destroy a city. When all of them gather together to fight, the damage caused is simply unimaginable. The war between the two factions has been in a stalemate for a long time, and there has been no clear winner, so the war has been going on for a long time. Under such circumstances, sooner or later, the world will be destroyed in the hands of the dragons. In order to end the war and defeat the opposition, the dragons of the coexistence faction made a decision. Law glanced at Noah. That is, to teach the magic that can destroy dragons to human beings and let human beings participate in the war. Noah suddenly turned his gaze and looked at Law with a surprised look in his dark and deep eyes. "It seems that you have guessed what magic it is." Law grinned. "The magic that can destroy dragons, yes, that's the magic of the Dragon Slayer. That's how the Dragon Slayer magic appeared. The power of the Dragon Slayer magic, presumably, as a person in the same guild as the 4 Dragon Slayer magic, you should be very clear about it. Law's eyes twinkled slightly. Not to mention Wendy Mabel of the Sky Dragon, Naz of the Fire Dragon, and Gadululette Fox of the Iron Dragon have begun to gradually show their power. In this year's Great Magic Battle Arts competition, the so-called elites of the Magic Guide Guild, who can match those 2 people, can be counted on one hand, not to mention Lax's Dole of the Thunder Dragon, your brother. I'm afraid his strength is close to that of Jula of the Rock Iron, right? Noah nodded noncommittally, but in his heart, he agreed with Law's words. The Dragon Slayer magic is indeed quite powerful. At least, from the perspective of the field of magic, there are very few magic that can be compared to it, except for super magic. After learning this kind of magic, not to mention Naz, Gadulu, and Lax's, even Wendy, who is only 14 years old, already has a certain degree of power, much stronger than the average mage. It is conceivable that the power of the Dragon Slayer magic is indeed much stronger than ordinary magic. If you think about it carefully, you can actually understand. There are so many guilds in the Fiori Kingdom, and Fairy Tail and Saber-Tooth were both known as the strongest guilds in the Fiori Kingdom for a period of time, above the rest of the guilds in the kingdom. Such 2 guilds must have gathered a lot of elites, and there must be a lot of excellent mages. However, even so, in the 2 guilds, the position of the Dragon Slayer Archmage had always been high. He either occupied the position of a frontline combat member or was simply the strongest archmage in the guild. This was enough to explain everything. However, human beings are very greedy creatures. Although the dragons of the Coexistence faction found that human beings have rich emotions and were attracted by this, they did not find that it is precisely because of the existence of rich emotions that there is darkness in the hearts of human beings that the dragons cannot match. Law seemed to be ridiculing the stupidity of the dragons of the Coexistence faction, and as if he was showing contempt for human beings, he spoke sarcastically. So, the desire of human beings who got power from the dragons also began to expand. When the victory of the Coexistence faction was in sight, even those dragons who wanted to coexist with human beings were killed. At this point, Law's tone became dignified. And among that group, a man used the Dragon Slayer magic to eliminate a large number of dragons, and finally, he grew scales and fangs, and gradually became a dragon. A human turned into a dragon? Noah stood up in surprise. In this regard, Law gave a positive answer. That's right. That person turned into a dragon. You can treat it as a side effect of the Dragon Slayer magic, or as a mutation caused by slaughtering a large number of dragons. No one knows what the real situation is. I only know that the sleeping dragons here all died at the hands of that man. Noah's brows wrinkled tightly. Staring straight at Law's back, Noah was silent for a while, and then asked word by word. That man, who is he? Law stopped in his tracks. In the next second, Law slowly turned around and looked at Noah, his evil eyes filled with an indescribable light. That man, because he slaughtered all the dragons, in the end, even he himself became a dragon, with dark wings. Undoubtedly, he was a human, but he became the Dragon King. The war that gave birth to the Dragon King was called the Dragon King Ceremony. Law's voice sounded very clear. And the name of the Dragon King is Aconarolia. When the familiar name came into Noah's ears, although Noah had some guesses in his heart, he still couldn't help but be speechless. However, if you think about it, it seems so natural. If it wasn't for the ability to slaughter all the dragons in the entire dragon clan, how could Aconarolia have a 4-digit level of power? If it wasn't to this extent, with Noah's strength, how could he not even be able to take down a dragon? Aconarolia. The black dragon who destroyed a huge country in Revelation. His real body is not only the Dragon King who obliterated the dragon clan that dominated the world, but also a human. A human who became a dragon. I heard that 7 years ago, Aconarolia descended on your guild's holy land, Celestial Wolf Island, and almost annihilated all of you. You survived because of the protection of magic that can even freeze time. Law suddenly smiled. In that case, you should know the power of the Dragon King named Akonarolia. With that said, Law turned around and continued to lead the way for Noah. Although Law didn't say it directly, Noah still heard a meaning from his words. Didn't you claim to be an existence that humans can't compare to? But if the opponent is Akonarolia, there's nothing you can do, right? That was what Law wanted to say. Of course, Law didn't know. In the battle on Celestial Wolf Island 7 years ago, although Noah was protected and frozen by Mavis' super magic, Akonarolia also suffered a heavy blow. If Law knew about this, he wouldn't be so calm now, right? However, it is undeniable that Law did bring very important information to Noah. If he didn't know this information, in the future, if he faced Akonarolia, Noah would definitely suffer a big loss. Just when Noah was so glad, Law suddenly spoke. Well, we're here. Noah raised his head almost subconsciously and looked forward. Chapter 1704. In the depths of the cave full of dragon corpses, in a dark corner, Xuanai was leaning against the rock wall with her head down and her eyes closed. She seemed to have lost consciousness. Looking at Xuanai like that, Noah's heart tightened slightly. He quickened his pace, past Law, and came to Xuanai. He squatted down and checked Xuanai's breath. Don't worry, Xuanai just fainted. I didn't use any violent means on her. Law spread out his hands. Can you rest assured now? It seems that Law was very afraid of Noah, so he avoided angering Noah in all aspects, lest Noah get angry and really destroy him regardless of anything. From this point, it can also be seen that Law admitted that he was not Noah's opponent. However, that's not surprising. Not to mention Luo, I believe that no matter who it is, as long as they saw the amazing scene of Noah using the power of the Heavenly Sword of Salvation in the Great Demon Battle Arts Arena that day, they would not think that they could be a match for Noah. A divine sword that can even cut a star, in the face of this legendary level power, it's estimated that only a stupid guy like Jermaine can speak arrogantly. Noah could naturally see Law's fear of him, but he didn't completely believe the words of this evil guy. After checking Xuanai's physical condition and finding nothing unusual, he raised his head and looked at Law. Under Noah's gaze, Law also felt a little difficult to breathe. After all, now, Noah has found Xuanai, and it's hard to guarantee that he won't do something to him. You don't want to break the promise you made, do you? Law's smile became a little forced. That's not what a strong person would do. Done by a powerhouse. Noah curled his lips. I don't think I have that kind of cultivation, but you should be glad that you really didn't do anything to the people around me. After that, Noah stopped looking at Law and took out the gift card. Clank. The dark gold gift card flashed, and a bottle of water appeared in Noah's hand. Opening the bottle cap, Noah fed the water into Snow's mouth bit by bit. Seeing this, Luo Kai confirmed that Noah really didn't intend to do anything to him. He unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief and said to Noah. From the looks of it, you seem to have brought enough food and water, so I don't have to specially prepare them. Prepare food and water. Noah's hand movement paused and his eyes turned back to Law. In other words, you plan to let me and Xuanai continue to stay here? Hearing this, Law did not answer directly, but said this in a roundabout way. Although I don't think you'll go back on your word, in order to avoid any accidents, there's nothing wrong with you and Xuanai staying here before the Great Demon Combat Arts Exhibition competition ends, right? This sentence, Law obviously said very insincerely. If he really believed that Noah would not break his promise, then Law would not let Noah stay in such a place. Don't you want to know the content of the solar eclipse plan? Law said as if he wanted to make the last insurance. As long as you stay here until the end of the Great Demon Combat Arts Exhibition competition, then, when the Great Demon Combat Arts Exhibition competition is over, I will tell you everything. After that, Law's body was covered by a black shadow, turned into a black mist, and disappeared in place. Watching Law disappear in front of his eyes, Noah's eyes showed some thoughtfulness, and after a long time, he curled his lips. Let's see what tricks you're going to play. In this way, the sky gradually brightened up. In the fairy tale hotel, everyone gathered here, not as loud as before, but whispered and discussed, and the atmosphere was very dignified. After a while, Elisha glanced out of the window, looked at the sky getting brighter and brighter, and sighed. It seems that Noah and Shu and I won't be able to come back in time. Elisha's words made the fairy tale group more or less silent. Makarov, sitting at the bar, crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking. After a long time, Makarov opened his eyes and said, "Don't worry. Kana, in today's game, you will replace Noah and play with Team B." Everyone's eyes converged on Makarov's body. "I have no problem." Kana rarely did not hold the bottle and frowned slightly. "But, Noah, don't you need to take care of him?" "Yes." Nazi stepped forward, clenched his fist, and shouted at Makarov. "At least let me help Noah. You'll just be a burden if you go." Gray said this indifferently. "If there's something that even Noah can't solve, even if we go, it'll probably be useless, right?" Hearing this, everyone looked a little helpless. It had to be said that Gray's words were very correct. If there's something that even Noah can't solve, even if the entire fairy tale group went with him, they still wouldn't be able to solve it, right? Only Elisha clearly saw that although Gray said this, his hands were clenched into fists. Obviously, although he said this, if it was really necessary, Gray would definitely be like Nazi and go to Noah's side without hesitation. "How is brother Noah now?" Wendy hugged Xia Lulu worriedly. "I'm so worried." "Don't worry." Mi stretched out her hand and pressed on Wendy's shoulder, the smile on her face still unchanged. "If it's Noah, he'll be fine." "That's right." Lucy also comforted her. "Noah is so strong. Not to mention humans, even dragons are different. If they can beat him, they'll be fine." Although this statement is very unpleasant, I also agree. Gadjaloo said intentionally or unintentionally. "Undoubtedly, that guy is a human, but he's as strong as a monster. Even Akonarolia can't do anything to him. What else do we have to worry about?" "Ditto." Laxus closed his eyes and spoke in a seemingly leisurely manner. "Instead of worrying about Noah, it's better to worry about our game today. Didn't Lord Noah entrust the game to us before he left?" Julian whispered. "Julian thinks that Lord Noah is telling us that even without him, we will never lose." Everyone looked at each other and laughed in unison. "Julian is right," Makarov said. "Noah entrusted the game to us. Since that's the case, we can't lose. Otherwise, we'll be betraying Noah's trust. Also, although we won't lose without Noah, we can't do without Noah," Makarov said. "So, those who need to participate in the game, focus on the game. As for the rest, some of you stay to take care of Lisanna, and some of you go out to see if there are any clues to Noah and Shu and I's whereabouts. Remember, work as a team. No one can be left alone." Makarov's gaze swept across everyone present. "That guy, Ivan, may still be watching us in secret, you know." Everyone nodded their heads and agreed. "If that's the case." Naz raised his fist and his whole body burned with flames. "I won't lose today's game. Not only today, we must obtain victory in the Great Devil Battle exhibition." Gray's mouth split into a grin. "No matter who it is, bring it on." All of a sudden, everyone's fighting spirit was ignited. "All right." Makarov jumped down from the bar and declared loudly. "Let's get moving." "Yes." Everyone's voices rang out in unison. Everyone followed Makarov's instructions. Some stayed to take care of the unconscious Lisanna, while others went out to look for Noah. The contestants, on the other hand, headed towards the arena. Nobody noticed that a young, fairy-like girl was floating on the ceiling of the inn. She looked at the group of people in the guild and smiled. Then, she turned into a phantom and disappeared. Chapter 1705. Ladies and gentlemen, it's finally the 4th day of our Great Demon Combat Arts competition. At this time, the Great Demon Combat Arts competition has entered the countdown. After all, the competition only lasts for 5 days, but I believe that the contestants will continue to give us exciting performances. On the rostrum of the Great Demon Combat Arts Competition, Chapati was still reporting enthusiastically as usual, trying his best to stir up the atmosphere of the audience. However, although the audience's enthusiasm did not diminish, the contestants from the various large guilds were all looking in the direction of Fairy Tale B's contestant area, whispering to each other with puzzled expressions on their faces. In particular, in the contestant area of Saber-Tooth, Sting, Rog, Lucifer, Alyaga, and Maniba were all looking in the direction of Fairy Tale B's contestant area and looking at each other. Then, Lucifer spoke. "There's no doubt that Noah Doria is not here. He probably won't be appearing today." The reason why the magic shooters of the major guilds had been paying attention to the situation of Fairy Tale B's contestant area was because they realized that Noah was not there. It was probably the first time that such a commotion was caused because of a contestant's absence, right? However, it was understandable that it would turn out this way. Who asked Noah's performance to be so amazing in the past 3 days? Of course, Noah's movements had long become the focus of attention of the major guilds and even the great magic shooters. Now that they realized that Noah was not there, these people were naturally very puzzled and even started to discuss it. Why isn't he appearing? Rog, who was usually silent, could not help but speak. Could it be that something happened? Rog, your question is a little stupid, Sting said a little disinterestedly. With that guy's strength, how could something happen to him? Unlike before, now, Sting and the others had truly experienced Noah's strength. Moreover, it was an unfathomable strength. So, to be honest, Sting did not think that anything had happened to Noah. Obviously, the others were thinking the same thing. In other words, the reason why that guy didn't appear was either because he was held back by something, or because he felt that there was no need to continue. Alyaga smacked his lips. I hope he's held back by something. Otherwise, it would be too unpleasant. Maniba didn't say anything as she listened to the conversation between Sting and the others. She only looked in the direction of Fairy Tale B, and an unfriendly smile gradually surfaced on her heavily made-up face. Forget it. No matter what the reason is, it's good that he didn't appear. Since that man took the initiative to give up the competition, then in this year's Great Demon Combat Arts Exhibition, our Saber-Tooth position will not be shaken. Hearing this, other than the cold Rog, Sting, Lucius, and Alyaga also laughed. For Saber-Tooth, this year's Great Devil Combat Exhibition was undoubtedly full of misfortunes. And these disasters were all because of one person, Noah Dole. Now that Noah was no longer here, then in this year's Great Demon Combat Arts Exhibition competition, there was no one who could stop Saber-Tooth from reaching the top. At least, this was what the 5 people belonging to Saber-Tooth thought. Unfortunately, after today, these people who thought highly of themselves would realize a cruel fact. That was, even without Noah, the existence called Fairy Tale was not something that anyone could mess with. When the Great Demon Combat Arts Exhibition competition was in full swing, no one knew. Below the venue, in a cave full of dragon skeletons, 2 breaths rose and fell, leaving a faint trace of life in this silent space. Ugh! Accompanied by a soft moan, Xuanai slowly woke up from her sleep and opened her eyes. As soon as she opened her eyes, Xuanai saw an extremely ferocious dragon skeleton. At that moment, Xuanai's heart skipped a beat. She abruptly straightened her body and put one hand on her waist as if it was a conditioned reflex. Originally, all of Xuanai's star keys were there. However, when Xuanai stretched out her hand, she touched nothing. Immediately, Xuanai opened her eyes wide and felt around in a panic. Key! Where's my key? As a star spirit archmage, without her key, Xuanai was no different from an ordinary girl. Of course, the reason why Xuanai was so flustered was not because she did not feel safe without her key. This seemingly strong, but actually very weak girl cherished her star spirit keys very much. As for why, there were 2 reasons. 1. Among those star spirit keys, there were Pisces, Libra, and Ophiuchus constellations that had accompanied Xuanai all these years. To Xuanai, they were her only companions before joining Fairy Tale. 2. Among those star spirit keys, there were Aries, Gemini, and Scorpio constellations that Noah gave to Xuanai. Xuanai would never forgive herself for losing the key given by the person she yearned for. Therefore, Xuanai looked for her star spirit keys in a panic and looked around. Until then, Xuanai realized that there were huge dragon skeletons all around her. And in front of Xuanai, there was a piece of clothing. A piece of clothing that had just covered Xuanai's body fell to the ground as Xuanai straightened up. Looking at that piece of clothing, Xuanai was stunned. She picked it up and muttered with uncertainty. "This seems to be Sir Noah's clothing." This question was answered in the next second. In the dark and deathly silent cave, a series of footsteps slowly sounded and attracted Xuanai's attention. Then, Xuanai saw it. In front, Noah was looking around and stroking the dragon skeletons as he walked over and noticed that Xuanai had woken up. "Xuanai." Noah was stunned and walked towards Xuanai. "Are you awake?" "Sir Noah." Xuanai's heart calmed down a little, but she still anxiously spoke. "Sir Noah, did you see my star spirit key?" "Your star spirit key is with me." Noah took out a bunch of keys from his pocket and handed it to Xuanai. "Because it fell on the ground, I temporarily put it away." Xuanai quietly let out a sigh of relief. She took the key and pressed it in front of her, looking at ease. It wasn't until this moment that Wenno recalled the current situation and looked at Noah hesitantly. "Sir Noah, why are we here?" "What?" Noah squatted down and looked at Xuanai. "Did you forget what happened before you lost consciousness?" Xuanai began to recall. Not long after, Xuanai's hand that was holding the star spirit key tightened as he spoke with some uncertainty. I was attacked." "Yes." Noah nodded. "Then, I came to look for you." "What about Lady Mira and Lady Lisanna?" Xuanai panicked. "Are the two ladies all right?" "Mira and Lisanna are fine. Don't worry." Noah held Xuanai's hand and motioned for her to calm down. Lisanna's mana was drained, but that's it. As for Mira, she should be in a competition now. Nothing happened that you need to worry about. "Competition?" Xuanai was surprised. "Then Sir Noah, all right. I know you have a lot of questions." Noah sighed. "I will explain everything to you. Don't worry." Xuanai nodded uneasily. Then, Noah explained what happened after Xuanai fainted. Knowing that Noah gave up on participating in the Great Demon Battle exhibition because of her, Xuanai's face paled.